Qué falta me hace mi padre a cada paso que doy. Qué falta me hace mi padre a cada paso que doy. Ya mi Dios se lo llevó, que solita está mi madre, ya mi Dios se lo llevó. Que solita está mi madre, recorrimos tantas veces caminos y más caminos, éramos inseparables, casi como dos amigos, recorrimos tantas veces caminos y más caminos. Qué falta me hace mi padre, yo no lo tengo conmigo.
What's going on, everybody? What's going on? Dog, Fly Paste. What's going on, Fly Paste? Sleepwalk, Shogun. Connor's Bad Fur Day. What's going on, everybody?
¿Cómo lo voy a olvidar?
Ay, 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 this island is so pretty.
¿Cómo lo voy a olvidar? Siempre lo llevo en mi mente. Él me enseñó a trabajar, él me enseñó a ser decente, él me enseñó el buen camino y a vivir como la gente. Fui el primero de sus hijos, el que alegrara su hogar. Lo digo con sentimiento en este triste cantar. Qué falta me hace mi padre, ¿cómo lo voy a olvidar? Qué falta me hace mi padre, ¿cómo lo voy a olvidar?
Ay, 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 man. Sebas looks really good when he's walking at half speed. His shoulders are square. Something more like this. The pilgrimage is within an hour, or almost an hour, hour 15 minutes. In the meantime, the retrieval of the items that I need. A pufferfish. A plant called Datura, Devil's Trumpet, and Toad Venom. We need these items. Once we get these items, we're able to present them to La Bruja, and La Bruja will show me the Resurgo ritual. A ritual meant for me. I wonder what she means by that. A ritual meant for me. Ay, 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 man, I'm feeling this shot right now. Oh, I'm actually blown away by how beautiful this fucking game is. I'm actually stunned right now, dude. This looks so good. Can't wait till you behead Edgar for treason and blasphemy in 3 months. Ay, ay, ay. It's probably gonna happen. By then, I'm gonna be the warlock. The sorcerer, man. San Sebas has to defeat the evil king. No, we're thinking way too far. We'll have his shrunken head. That's what's gonna replace the one I have now. Edgar's shrunken little head. Ay, 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 man. I'm still just stunned at the beauty of the game. We need to get 3 things. We need a puffer fish, which I am not sure if that's an actual item we can get. We need toad venom, which means we just need to catch a toad, but you know, it's much easier said than done. And we shall need a devil's trumpet, so we need to talk to a botanist. I'm unsure if any of these are actual items that I can get. I think that's what we need to figure out first, is if these are things that I am able to physically have in my inventory, because if they are, significantly more important that I actually physically have the item. You'll have to keep a piece of him with you always. I like the idea of having Edgar's shrunken head, man. I like the idea of it whispering terrible little insults in the middle of the night. You could use a small vial for the toad poison. Such a thing is not so easily done. The poison needs to actually be gotten. What's the hardest way that we could feasibly catch a frog and force someone like Lily to do? What's the hardest way? What's the most annoying way we could feasibly catch a toad in this game? Delilah caught him with throwing knives. Varmint rifle? Trekking through the jungle on our bellies? Lobster trap. Huh? Lobster trap. Fuck, should I buy a lobster trap? I don't have a lot of money. I really want a lobster trap. I'm gonna buy fishing supplies from the lady here. Fishing rod, bam. Lake lure. Fuck, what does this count as? Lake, river? Let's get a worm. Let's get a classic worm. Let's get 2 worms. Let's catch a puffer fish, first try. Hold on, we're catching a puffer fish. First try. Something more. Let's do it! Can I... Are there fucking fish here? Real speed up. Oh, there's a fish. There's a sea turtle. Look at the bottom right. Oh shit. Catch the sea turtle. Oh, it teleported. I don't think they're interested in the worm. The song is Los Mirlos, La Cumbia de los Mirlos from 1982. Fuck, I don't think they're interested. Alright, we gotta figure out what they want. I'm gonna go for lake lure. Come on! Give it to me! One of them's interested. Come on, you little bastard. Come on, you little bastard. Oh, 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 we got it! Come on! Get it! Come on! Yes! Puffer fish! What the fuck's a perch? Boo! Boo! One more try. Puffer fish. Is that a puffer fish? Get it, get it, get it, get it! Yes, that's a puffer fish, 100%. 100%. Look at it! Look at it! It's another perch. I think it's the same one I just caught. All right, one last try. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on, he's looking at it. Bite! Bite! Brother, please. Mal, don't say that. It's not gonna be a perch. It's not gonna be a perch. Don't say that, brother, please. It's gonna be the fucking puffer fish. Oh, no, I didn't get it! It's right on top of it! Yes! Yes! Puffer fish! It's the same fucking perch. All right, we're gonna have to figure out another way. That's not working. Maybe we find the botanist, or we find somebody. Oh, wait. Let's go to the community center area. We all know the best sorcerers outsource their ingredients. That's what we need to do, man. That's what we need to do. Lily would make a good Warlock's henchman. She already is. She already is. Don't tell me we got to look on YouTube to find it. No, there's no way we look on YouTube. There would be no, YouTube video on it. Right? Because this is Quiled RP, not the base game. Didn't know snotty children give Sebas ingredients yesterday for eyeballs? They were supposed to, but they left before we got to meet with them. I need to contact them on the mainland. Anybody, dude? Items. Empty. Nothing. All right. Nobody here. I don't think anyone was at the castle. I thought I heard footsteps, but no. I don't want to be caught running. Everybody says the cult hike today. Yup. That's right. Ooh, someone.
Buenos días, mi gentes.
Fuck. On a mission. All right. Time to throw someone in the pit like Herbie a sacrifice. We're gonna have to sacrifice Herbie to find a pufferfish, man. And then we'll have to sacrifice 2 more people to find the other 2 things. I don't have my lantern. Ooh, I don't want that. I wanted this. Bam. Nobody? Yeesh. I should have ran that other person down. Twisted their arm and forced them to come with me. We need the Devil's Trumpet, we need Pufferfish, and we need Toad Venom. All things I can just get items for and relabel, but I would like to be able to, you know, actually do something with it. It's not about actually physically having the items. That's why we have until Sunday. It's about bringing someone along with you and making a moment where you have to, like, retrieve the item. Ay, 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 nobody? Give it like an hour. In an hour, I gotta do the pilgrimage. What the fuck is that? Oh, it's a pig. It's the Bay of Pigs. That scared me. I thought it was a some sort of creature. The three little pigs. An omen. 3 pigs swimming in a line. We all know the tale of the 3 little pigs.
Tell me, senor, have you heard the tale of the 3 little pigs? It is a tale from ancient times. Allow me to interpret it for you. There were 3 pigs, all related, 3 brothers. The 3 pigs, they made little houses. One of the pigs, he made a little house made of the straw. Another one of the pigs, he made a house made of the sticks. But the last pig, he made a house of the golden bricks. A mansion to be beheld for all time. The 2 brothers saw this final pig's house and thought to themselves, ay, 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 this house is a lot nicer than mine. So the 2 pigs conspired. They moved in with the 3rd pig. Called him the king for a short while. But one of the pigs learned sorcery. Hold on, I'm getting a little sidetracked right now. Wait a minute, I don't think that's how the story goes. It's a retelling, it's a reimagining. There's a house over here on the right. I'm gonna look at that, and if no one's here, I'm just gonna go back. Bah! Ah! Alright, we got nothing. Oh, it's the thing. It's the building. It's the broken down building. Is this the church? People keep mentioning the broken down church, and I've just kind of been nodding my head in agreement. Doesn't feel like it. Ah. Man, I wish they were able to make Guarma bigger, like they intended to. And I wish they were able to make the Mexico section of the map like they intended to, dude. Imagine how awesome that would be.
Hey! Oh, hey! Oh, fuck! Ay, ay, ay! I thought I was gonna slide down that hill, man.
Effigies, amigo, look. Hi! A little golden object.
Slash me takes golden statue. That's how I curse myself, dude. That is like 100% how I curse myself. La Bruja would know if I did that. 100%. The island would tell her. She would sense the disturbance. She would say, Seba? She'd say, Sebas, please turn out your pockets. And I would turn on my pockets and all, like, the stolen shit would fall out. All the gold coins and the little figures that I've stolen. Ay, 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 ay. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, 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 ay. Okay, we're good. She would then turn you tiny and put you in a jar. Turn you tiny and put you in a jar is foul, slot boy. I don't think you intended it to be as foul, but I'm terminally online, and that's like a really foul fate.
Mi gente. Are you a spirit or a human? What is your nature? Perhaps our crossing of paths was meant to be. Regardless if you are spirit or human, I'm looking for something. Maybe you shall help me find it. I am looking for a plant which grows upon the island. Datura, also known as the Devil's Trumpet. Perhaps you know in which this plant grows, and you shall lead me there. If you do, I will leave you a gift, an offering. You do not know where this flower grows. There are other things I intend to find. A puffer fish and the venom of the toad. Finding any of these things would be a great bounty, a great boon. Oh, I'm getting a headache, fuck. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. Guitar Food, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. Smited. RP detected. They're gonna be gone when I wake up. We're a spirit after all. Relaunch. They have damned him. They have cursed him. Let's see if they waited for me, or if they're gone. Hi, you're still here. So then perhaps, are you interested in this bargain? To help me find one of these 3 items? Okay, blink once if you want to help me. Blink twice if you want to fuck off and let me go back to the castle. Are you interested in the bargain then? I see, spirit. Do not allow me to hold you any longer.
That was a shame. I'm on TeamSpeak, right? Yeah, I'm in TeamSpeak. Okay, just making sure. Options. That was a spirit, guys. That was a spirit. That's why they were completely silent. They were a ghost. We could see them. We could see their form. But we could not hear them. For such spirits are bound in silence. Following them is a veil of magic. Some spirits are hostile, while others are neutral. Some, even more, are willing to make bargains with you in order for proper offering and exchange. However, I have not proved myself to the island enough to make a bargain with that specific spirit just yet. Fuck, stuck. Magic level too low. That's what it was. I gotta get my magic stat up. I put so much points in a burglary. Now I gotta like respec and it's fucking hard. Into roguery. We're multi-classing now into sorcerer. Wanted blood blood samples. Two of them.
Charisma and dastardly too high.
Ah, 3 animals, 3 birds. 3 pigs, 3 birds, dude. The omens are speaking to me. No way, is there another fucking 3 pigs? 1, 2. I hear a donkey. Hi, Cervecino! They don't see me? Shh. Fuck, he saw me.
Hey, Senor Herbie. Quite fortuitous to see you.
Oh, good, good. Sebas, Pastor Sebas. This is Elijah. He's here mining.
Hi, buenos dias, Elijah. Perhaps you have seen Senor Young in the mines recently.
No, I've been in there for a few hours. I haven't seen anybody. Somebody left a box and a nice little note on it, but no persons.
What did it say?
Leave minerals here, don't steal box or some shit like that.
Don't pull your flint down.
Okay,
That's
interesting.
good. People being cordial down there.
I thought he was referring to another box containing some notes, perhaps. Were you ever told of what was found yesterday, Senor Herbie, Senor?
No, what was found?
This is in relation to the note that was found on the post over here.
Oh, the
Another
Sightless
note was
King.
found. See, another note was found.
Really?
See, it was delivered to Julian.
It was handed to him?
See, by me,
Oh.
because I
wait-
found it.
Oh, okay. Okay. What, it was the same kind of stuff? I'm watching you.
No, it was about his history. It was literature that the man wrote.
Oh.
An autobiography of Chuchal.
What did you think of it?
I read like the first page, and then I
Okay,
kind of
that's fine. Yeah.
started falling asleep, and
It
then
didn't really pull you in. Yeah,
and then Julius showed up, so I just gave it to him.
that's fair. Yeah, people writing about themselves. Not everyone deserves an autobiography.
See,
There's a
Indeed.
strange note about a
That
sightless
brownie
king.
was lovely, by the way.
Oh, well, I wish I had made it, but I definitely gave it to you, so you're welcome.
Right. Listen, if y'all don't mind, I'm get back to that mine.
Yeah, please.
actually, senor, perhaps the mining shall be delayed for a little bit. Instead, maybe you can help me with something. You seem very capable.
Well, I do try. What you need help with? Okay.
You are a miner, but perhaps you know about botany as well. Plants.
No, I don't really know anything about that. I've been swinging this pickaxe here for about 20 years, but never plants. Don't know anything about plants.
Perhaps fishing then. You know anything about pitching?
I also don't know anything about fishing.
I could teach you
Perhaps-
how to fish.
Fishing, right?
Perhaps
yeah.
trapping then, senor. Perhaps you know about trapping little animals.
Well, not really, but I'm always willing to learn.
Interesting, senor. Perhaps there's something you can help me with. I need to trap one of the toads on the island. However, not just any toad. One of the toads that are very high up on the mountain, senor.
All right. You know your way around here, I'm assuming.
Not
can
as
handle
much
getting
as
up
I
a
would
mountain,
like.
right? You can handle getting up a mountain, right?
Oh,
Yeah.
absolutely. I can
But
handle it.
perhaps,
Never done.
perhaps,
Just getting
Herbert,
down
you
that motherfucker
accompany
never
us
afraid
and you lead us the right way. For I am not very familiar with the mountainside.
Sure. You gonna go now? Is the pilgrimage happening today?
See, it happens in 30 minutes. We have time.
Okay, great. Yeah, I'll point you to a couple of mountains up there. Come on.
All right. Well, if you don't mind, I'm gonna leave my jacket here. 1 second.
Of course, senor.
You ever hear of this? He got recommended. Was told you could make a fortune in the mines here by a guy
That is
named
true.
Mac.
That's true.
You can make a fortune here?
See, you can make
10 fortunes.
Oh, wow.
That's what we've been telling people.
Oh, do you know a guy named Mac that told him this?
No, but the word is spreading.
Wow, yeah, he gave him a business card and everything. Someone has taken up the... Okay.
Never know. We might need a big ass rope in case somebody fall.
This is a good idea.
somebody up.
Look at my Milwaukee. Yeah, I don't know.
Senor, it is very imperative that we do as little damage to the frog as possible. We do not necessarily need to keep it alive. However, if you were to shoot it with your firearm or slash it with the machete in your hand, you would destroy the important parts that I need.
Well, the
I am
machete
not-
itself is. Oh, I'm sorry.
So go ahead.
Well, the machete was just for if we're gonna be in the jungles going to bills and shit. It's just for chopping down the debris and whatnot.
Of course. You see, senor, I am not interested too much in the toad itself. However, one of the properties that the toad has, it is said that the toads up the mountain that are closer to the top, they secrete a venom alongside of their backs. I wish to harvest some of this venom.
What's the venom for, if you don't mind me asking?
Got gloves?
I do not have gloves. However, do you have gloves, senor?
I don't have. I got thick skin.
Okay.
We will use a stick to lift it up and place it into the satchel.
That's good.
That makes a lot better sense. Perhaps we should. Let me see.
Get a big leaf or something.
I'm sure we'll find a sticker along the way.
Plenty of sticks.
You ask what the purpose of the frog was, senor. There are many rituals that the followers of La Madre and the people of the island believe in. This is for one such ritual, senor.
Oh, you a ritual? You some kind of wizard or?
Pastor,
Magician.
senor.
He's a pastor, yeah.
You gotta forgive me. I'm new to the island. I'm not really.
See, in the same vein that on the Sunday you perform the Holy Sacrament, in which you drink the wine and eat the huepor, there are rituals that the people of this island contend with. Do you understand?
Right. Right.
Couldn't think of the word there.
Like what?
Well, even the act of many of us, myself included, will go visit a shrine and leave an offering. It can be anything, really, giving of yourself. Some people do it because they actually want something. Some people do it on a regular basis out of respect for the island and the religion of La Madre. Even to the point when I first came here, the woman who taught me, she told me she'll even take a secret. Like if there's something you'd never told anybody else, and you go to the shrine and whisper it to La Madre, she'll sometimes really appreciate that as well. So
Perhaps
forgiving of
I'll
yourself. But
leave
even
an
anywhere
offering
from
myself
feathers.
out of respect for the island.
Aye, amigo, it is quite fortuitous then that I were to meet you at this juncture, for later today, in about 30 minutes, in fact, there is to be a pilgrimage to several of the shrines around the island. Perhaps you accompany us, and you shall be my honored guest.
Yeah, sure. Why not? I could. It'd do me some good to learn the island anyway. I plan on being here for a while.
And can't
Need
hurt
to lay
with
the
the
land.
luck. Down in the mines, the island's happy what you leave. Who knows what you find down there? That fortune might come quicker than you think.
That is true.
It can't come quick enough.
Well, I'll let you know this there, Elijah. Coming up through here, just so you get to know your way around. You come up the hill from the sugarcane field, and you see this house. This is a great point of reference from where you are and where you need to go, because there's 2 mountains ahead of us, and we're going towards them. So if
Right,
you get
okay.
lost, you're wandering around, you're wondering where the fuck you are, and then you see this house, you know you're not far from the sugarcane field, and you can head back down to town.
Let me ask you, is there a fresh water supply anywhere near?
No.
All right, so I know
You
to bring
filled up.
provisions if
Yeah.
I plan on coming out this
Anytime
far.
you leave the village or down by the south part of the island, you better be prepared. Bring a canteen or if not two.
Yeah, I try to bring provisions even when I'm going mining. I was wondering if I could get Mr. Mac to accompany me out here one day. Maybe set up a little camp right outside the mine back there. It's a little clearing. Nice spot to set up for the night.
Hi, amigo, if you intend to set up a camp by the mining shop, there is a man who is mining here by the name of Senor Jiong. He wears a yellow shirt most of the times that I've seen him. Tell him that you have talked to Senor Sebas and perhaps your intentions are shared, your goals are aligned.
Well, if his goal is to make a fuck ton of money, then
Sí.
yeah, sure.
It is, amigo. Amigo, another thing. I am a pastor, see, specifically a pastor of the Castilians, the family of the king that resides in the castle of Guarma, the Juan on the beach. If you have any yams that you find there, which I'll pay you handsomely for such things.
Well, I will keep that in mind. You said you reside in the castle there.
See, that way you do not have to travel all the way back to the mainland in order to find a buyer.
I will say, you pay whatever you want, but the militia, if we have a nice polished up onyx, we'll give you $500 for it. So
That's a
Wait,
good deal,
excuse me,
senor.
you said
Very good.
$500 for...
$500. If we got it all polished up and sliced up, whatever they call it. A one that isn't, one you just yank out of the wall,
cut.
we'll give you like $250 for it.
See? But regardless, senor, whether they are polished or whether they are raw, I would not take such a yam off the island. The black onyx specifically. You have told him the stories already, senor?
Well, I didn't tell him the stories. I told him that you could get cursed. But go ahead, tell him. I mean, the first person, and pardon me, I know I just said tell him, and then I started talking myself. But
No, go ahead.
the first person we heard that ever pulled an onyx out of the wall and took it off the island was a woman named Cat Carver. And she was a ranger. And she pulled it off the island, and no one here had ever seen one before. Only rumors started 2 years ago when you guys were here the first time.
See?
Whispers, and then suddenly this woman comes here and just plucks one out of the wall and runs back to the cross. 4 of her friends died.
Ay, ay, ay.
One of them I knew. They came here. They came here on a vacation because she was about to leave the crossing. She goes home. She has a party. The next day, I hear she got killed. Some crazy person, like poisoned her to death.
Ay, 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 senor.
Yeah, a woman named, I forget her name, but she used to, she was nice and she lived in Pronghorn. So this woman came back here crying, please, take this back from me. Don't pay me any money. I'm sorry I took it. Please, whatever you do, just please help me get rid of this curse. I can't lose any more friends.
Now, let me ask you, this curse, does it only pertain to those who take the onyx off the island, or is it just
Off the
in
island,
general,
yes.
kind of?
You could, if you ever, I got like 7 of them. I'm fine.
For now, how you know you
I've
still
been
be fine later?
Fine. I don't take them off the island.
You know, I will say, like I said, I worked every mine from Strawberry to Gaptooth over the last 20 years, and being in that mine, I will say it's weird. You know, it's a different feeling. It's almost like the onyx itself doesn't want to be found. You said some folks have a lot of trouble finding it down there.
Oh, I know there was one creep. He was here. I know he was here. They lie too. They say they lie to you. They lie right to your face, and you can tell. And then I said, he was looking for an onyx. I knew it. And he goes, no, And I said, well, if you find one, I'll pay you $200 for it, $250. He said, oh, you looking for one? I said, no, I have a lot. And he goes, oh, are you willing to sell them? But I said, no, man. But thank you for telling me why you're here. And but he spent an entire week every day in the mine, and he came out cursing and complaining because he said, I've just wasted a fucking week. I couldn't find anything.
For a whole week.
A week.
That is insane.
Like I said, other people been in there like 15 minutes. They find one.
The island did not want it to be found, senor. For those who wish to defile the island will make it hard for them every step of the way.
You know, when you're in there, in the mines, it's almost like, and I may sound a little crazy for saying this, but it's almost like, you ever been somewhere you know you had no business being? I don't mean like a brothel. I mean like
some other man's house
or a haunted house, or
right.
Not that.
No, I know what you mean. Yeah, like this is not a place for the living.
The deeper you go in the cave, you know. I mean, at first I thought nothing of it, but after hearing the stories, I can't help it.
We've had some strange things. You know, there's a really deep, dark, and terrifying hole in there. Plenty of people have fallen, never to come out. But there are people like yourself, miners, who have come and hear the strangest noises. Some people describe it as growling. Other people describe it as breathing. Other people describe it as just a general rumbling.
The breathing. It's definitely the breathing.
I will say, too, we had one guy. Now, you know, not everybody sees the same things. So some people, I'm sure you know, Sebas, especially over all your travels, some people can just see more than others.
Sí.
We had some guy who went into the mine, just exploring and, you know, not even looking at the mine. He came out, swore he would never go back in there again. He said he saw the walls kind of expanding, contracting, like it itself was like a breathing thing.
Ay.
Like it was like a throat or something, he said. It was like I was in the throat of the island. I could see it breathing.
You know, at first I would have called you crazy, but now I'm starting to believe it.
Okay. On that fun note, we got two mountains here. We got this mountain here, and we got that mountain over there.
Which mountain do you think we shall find the toad, senor?
I think this one is a little more greenery, a little more space up here. That one is a bit too peak.
Okay, I hope we are able to find the toad.
I have a good idea of where it might be. It might be all the way up at the top, and if not, it's over in a little bit lower.
I feel like with our luck, senor, it will be right at the top, along the cliff's edge.
If you don't mind me asking,
Sí, amigo.
how'd this onyx curse come about?
Well, I was pretty much like I said. You know, we had heard about it for a long time, the onyx. It's an old legend.
Sí.
And, you know, people say it's not something to be taken. It's something of the island. And, you know, a lot of it is people take a lot of things off this place. People come here to plunder us for our resources and things like that and don't give anything back. We're fine with trade, equal trade, right? But there's always whispers. You hear things about curses. But when this woman said a bunch of my friends died, please take this fucking onyx back, it made everybody here believers. Though there were whispers before. We have, you know, practitioners and experts in the religion, things like that. Our old minister of trade, the shaman.
Can I just take a look at this place here? I don't know if I've been here before.
Has the cave ever been ritually cleansed or anything like that? Has anybody ever tried that?
Not that I know of.
Wow.
Come on, we'll go to the next one up there. You get a nice view of the castle as well.
I don't think I've ever seen a view quite like this. Not in the crossing.
Well, we're not even near the top.
Sí, amigo, the beauty of Guarma is completely unmatched by any other place on Earth.
It is. I will. You know, I'm clearly biased, but there's a reason for it. I've been here 2.5 years, and I will never stop getting tired of standing up here and going, "Wow, look at that!"
Keep the look for the toad, senor. Don't forget why we have come here.
Yeah, keep on looking around.
Well, I was born in Tumbleweed, spent all my life there, so
Oh, this is
the
quite
moment I
different.
stepped foot off the boat, it was the most beautiful thing I ever seen, and the first thing you see is a torn down castle or some shit.
A torn down castle, senor. It is a beautiful sight. The castle is as strong as it ever was.
Oh, not the big ass castle.
In a town?
Whatever that is. When
Oh,
you
the little town in the
first
middle.
go.
Well, the reason for that is the guy who used to be here, in order to gain power, he had the castle, while the other people in charge had the port, and he was in the castle. He opened fire with a bunch of cannons, destroyed he pummeled them into submission.
El Capitan.
Man, he never bothered to fix it. All right, so around here, there's a lot of open space we might find something, but we can't go all the way to the top, too. But this is one of my favorite places to spend time up here as well.
Hi, amigo. I didn't know about all the little enclaves up here.
Oh yeah, you will love it. It's got a very bizarre statue here. Perhaps your theological brain, or your worldly travels can help figure out what the hell this statue and this stump is. But come over here for a second.
Hi.
Does it look familiar?
I need to see his face.
Oh.
Kind of looks like Chester A. Arthur, but
Somebody really don't like this man.
it's a share on this too.
Vanity is vanity, amigo. You must share. Hi.
It's got kind of a might be stylish to some, but it doesn't really match his outfit, and just the target with the arrows.
that is-
there. Not a beloved man on this island from the looks of it, or by whoever's up here. But this is a hell of a place. This plant, giant cauldron.
Does anybody stay here?
Some people do. Usually people just on vacation, but no one that I know has, let's say, laid claim to it or calls it their home.
We have only a few minutes to look for the store
All right,
before we
look
need to
around
head
up
back.
here. Probably in the greenery, right? I don't know where these toads live, but there's a kind of and also it's a quick way down this way too, so we can head in that direction.
Aye, quick way down is good to hear.
Yeah, no,
Unless it's a little
I'm
too
aware.
quick, amigo.
No.
Yeah, we don't want it too quick.
It's not too quick, believe me. It's a gentle
keeping an eye out
incline.
for a toad, you said.
Sí, todo, senor. If you are to see one, run and jump onto it. Do not slash or shoot it. Do not kick it. Run and jump.
Understood. I'll run and jump on it, which would possibly squish it, but okay.
No, very, very gently jump onto it.
I don't know if toads spawn this far up. I don't know if any animals spawn this far up. I think this is out of bounds of the normal map.
Did you notice I've been affectionately calling it the throne room you got at the castle there, Sebas?
The throne room, amigo.
It's all the way at the bottom on the beach, that little chair with all the dynamite surrounding it.
I see. I know the place you're talking
Yeah, I
about.
think I'd love to say, hey, well, you know what? You're invited to the throne room.
It
Speaking
is
of
like the
dynamite,
sword of Damocles, senor. Do you know the story of that one?
I do.
Senor
The
Elijah,
king.
do you know the sword of Damocles?
Never heard of it.
There was a man who did not like the king, and he said, I can do your job better than you, senor. The king said, by all means, you shall do my job. You shall sit in my throne, and for as long as you remain in my throne, you shall be the king. So the man sat upon the throne, and the king, he took a horse's hair, tied it to the end, to the pommel of his sword, and tied it above the throne. He said, as long as you can remain there, you're free to be the king. The man was so fearful, he immediately got up before making any decrees, before making any decisions. It is not easy to be the king, senor, for you are always to have a sword above your head.
Well, I do have a question about that story.
Sí, amigo.
Yes.
Why the fuck didn't he just decree that he take the sword down?
Perhaps you should be the king, amigo. Hi, the Guarmatera bird. Fuck. Extinct the bird, amigo.
Oh, did you find that note? Yeah.
Sí.
I truly
couple notes
truly
up there.
cannot get over these views.
Ah, you can see the castle from here.
We'll run out of time, so you better view some fucking toes
Ah,
up here.
yeah, let's get to it.
See? It does not seem as if there are any toes, and perhaps the night time they shall all go to sleep. I believe it may be best in order to go back. It'll be a long trip. We should not
Only
dally.
other option is to scare them by blowing up this giant pile of dynamite.
No, you're 100% right.
You gotta
Elijah,
jump on him.
please
You gotta
do
frog
the
splash him.
Yeah, please. You
Get
got
a
your gun?
frog splash.
Elijah, please do the honors. Scare the toads out, and we will see if there are any.
Scare the toads out how? You want me to blow that
Yeah, shoot
dynamite
the
up?
dynamite. There's some
See,
military
hold on, let me
grade
get on my
stuff.
belly. Okay,
Y'all
Go
sure
ahead.
about this?
see, get a little closer. Do not miss.
Not that close. That's fine.
Yeah, a little farther.
No,
back.
that's
Get
fine.
that. How's your aim?
It's terrible. I'm a miner, not a
Okay.
shooter.
Well, there's a wall of it.
Hey, amigo,
God.
get a little closer.
Listen, I'm a miner.
So he's going to blow up, amigo. Hey!
Oh, that was a great one.
Quick, do you see any toads scampering about?
Quick.
People are fucking nuts.
Ah! Did you say anything, senor?
Saw some moving, but I couldn't tell what it was. If it was, it went down the hill.
Down the hill then, amigo. We flushed it out.
Come on. Where the fuck is Elijah?
Elijah! There's one going down the hill. Come on, we will
on.
follow it. We are flushing it out.
I can't fucking see it now, but it definitely went down here.
So see, we will follow the trail. See? The frog trail.
Shit.
Hey.
I think it's jumping pretty far. I gotta
Hey,
see.
hey, see. Movement, amigo. Keep going, keep going. It is going down the quick path, amigo. Lead the way.
Come on. I know it looks like it's a cliff over here, but we can get down.
Are you sure?
See, if the frog can make it, we can make it as well.
The frog didn't make it. Well,
Then we
you
will
know.
collect it at the bottom.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, just down here. See, it's not that bad.
Hey, I think I saw movement, amigo. Keep going.
Go, go, go. Oh shit! Did it just jump over the edge here?
Hey, follow it.
This way, this way. All right, gets a little.
I am really scared, amigo. This is very steep.
Frogs better be for a good ass purpose.
Hey,
Play your feet, play.
Elijah, fucking get it.
Come on! Shit, the fog. God damn, look at this fucking mist.
Keep your eyes open, amigo. It could be anywhere.
I think he's seeing mist on his screen.
Like frog
See, listen for the frog noise.
The chirping.
See, is that what the frog do, or do they do the crouch?
I don't know. I don't know. Some of them sing. I don't know what this one does.
Like that, amigo.
Oh, that was.
Have
was
you ever
that
been?
you?
See, that was me. Have you ever been to Puerto Rico, amigo?
Oh, the coqui frog.
See, they make the little
Yeah.
coquet.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I like that one.
I love that one, amigo. The little froggies puts a smile on my face. They're tiny.
Okay, we're back here by the bananas. Okay, this is where we walked up.
Hey, keep your eyes open, amigo. It has to be here. It is unmistakable. If I was the frog, senor, I would have kept going until I hit the corridor. We'll continue moving this way.
If it goes, they usually don't go into the village because the pigs will eat everything.
See? But it is desperate, senor. It is knows that it is being hunted.
Nothing scarier than a frog with his back against the wall.
See? The little legs are very powerful, senor. They're jumping everywhere. One kick from that, and you'll get a bad bruise or something.
Everything on this island is very strong legs because of all the hills. The people, the donkeys, the frogs.
See?
I met a man earlier. His calves were bulging out of his pants. It was
Oh my God.
incredible.
The first 6 months I lived here, I had to have my pants let out 3 or 4 times.
I assume it's from all the walking and whatnot.
Yeah, up and down these hills. I was giving tours left and right. Oh my God, the moonlight. Holy shit.
See? The moonlight will shine off the slippery back of the frog. It will make it easier to see.
By the way, the dynamite.
See?
Did you happen to know anybody that might have it for sale? I figured it might come in hand while I'm down there mining. Might,
Perhaps
blow
we
some of the
shall-
miners loose.
Perhaps we shall make a deal later on, senor. I do know that the king has a small supply.
That's, yeah, good if you
Never,
find some gems.
I wasn't aware that Guama had a king.
The castle, senor, has a king. Not Guarma itself. King Edgar del Castillo.
Well, hell, I never met a king. I suppose I put on my Sunday's best.
Hey, amigo, please. That would be most appropriate for you.
Unfortunately, I didn't bring a change of clothes, so my Monday's best gonna have to do.
Boy, the island not looking for us to find this toad with this mist all over the ground.
See, very unfortunate.
Maybe we'll see something on the pilgrimage.
I don't believe you said what the venom was for.
You said the ritual.
See, amigo, priestly
yeah.
duties.
I'm pretty old. I got terrible memory.
I've seen all sorts of strange things in rituals. Some of them I don't understand, but you know what? I don't understand, so I'm out of judge. And that's just in a Catholic church.
Well,
Hey.
rituals and everything, right?
Yeah,
It's all in how you frame it, I suppose.
Agua dulces. It's good to be back.
man, what a night. I didn't realize you'd never been up on that mountain before. It's quite the view, quite the perspective of the place.
I believe I was up the mountain several years ago when I was here last. However, it has been a long time, and the mountain has more places of interest these days.
Ay, 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 that scared me.
Yeah, we found, well, I hadn't seen it before. Someone recently must have put a, we have these coca plants all over the island. And there's a place where there must be 20, 30, 40 of them all growing together. And somebody put down a chair right in the front of them, right in the middle of them, kind of sunk into the ground. And they set up a camera so you can get your photo taken sitting in a chair, in a cocaine chair. That's great. 'Cause I want to know who this guy is. I'm going to hire him for tourism.
That is an insane picture to take.
It's very colorful. They're very colorful plants. Gotta get the Brian Wright, the cocaine warlord of Guarma, up there.
Never tried cocaine. I heard it's quite like caffeine, like coffee, times 10.
Yeah. It's a lot. It could be a lot.
Yeah, well, maybe they come in hand down in the mines.
I was gonna say,
it's pretty tiring.
You've taken a bit of that, you'll be pulling half the island out from underneath us.
Yeah, 72 hours, no sleep.
Oh my God.
Even still, I think it'd still be good for me if I learn my way to the mines and not going through the compound, just in case.
There are signs, at least. It's a little tricky, but there's a road next to the river. You follow that road, and then you'll get to. There's a sign that says shaft. It's to the mining shaft. You gotta cross. You walk across the over the top of the waterfall. You gotta cross that, and then you gotta shimmy along a very thin ledge, but you can get in there.
Yeah, I seen that. Right on the other side of that is that clearing I was telling you about.
Oh yeah.
Camp.
Oh, that'd be great. That's not far from the trading post too, so good for supplies.
Oh, really? I didn't know it was a trading post down there.
Trading
I
post
plan on bringing
is
a bunch of provisions and staying out there for a while. Ooh,
Oh yeah,
is that a fraud?
Send us some telegrams.
Sending some telegrams is crazy.
That's why we do it.
There's just two dead rats right here. Ay, ay, ay.
These animals are eating everything.
The animals are eating animals
These
that's
pigs,
eating animals.
really.
We
These
just walked
pigs
past
are a
a
menace.
pig eating a snake. Oh, wait.
I hear a snake.
Ay, ay, did you see the toad?
No. I was just coming to get my jacket.
Ay, ay, okay. Thought he found the toad, amigo.
Crazy. Hear a snake. Oh, there it is.
It's the iguana, amigo.
Oh, it's the iguana. Jesus
See?
Christ, he's hissing at me.
I like the way the head bob. Amigo, he put his smile on my face.
Did you ever see the ones that just stand there and do it at you? They don't run. They just keep.
Just keep bobbing the head. I like them.
Yeah, I like agreeable people. So.
Bueno, Señor Chepo.
Hola.
Have you seen Señor Julius in La Bruja today?
I have not. Not as yet, anyway.
Ay, quite unfortunate. They should be here by now.
I'm sure they're on their way. We could wait a little bit longer.
Sí, we'll wait a little longer. Were you able to find your way here just fine, Señor Chepo?
Yes, no trouble.
From like
Isabella,
100 meters over there to over here.
I'm gonna
Yes,
have a
I
seat
did
right
not
here
find
since
myself
we've been waiting
lost
a
in
while.
such a short journey.
That is good.
people that donate money.
This is totally awkward since I have decided I'm not going to be attending Warmer as often these days. But I appreciate you thinking of me in regards to that manner. Again, do appreciate it. You know, I tend to keep my focus on the crossing as best I can. I'll be here now and then, but not as often. Now that the Hank situation is, at this point, as far as I'm concerned, has been dealt with, there is no reason for me to be here as often. Of course. I'll be here now and then.
I think this is Isabella,
That's good.
who was supposed to be part of the
I'll
medical
tell you what I
office.
can get. Let me take a look. Hold on, look around.
What are you looking for, senor?
People.
Aye.
Hola, hola, hola.
Hey,
What's going
how you
on?
doing?
Good.
You seen Julie?
Now we're waiting for him. We're going on a pilgrimage.
Oh.
You guys know Sebas?
Buenos días, mi gentes.
Met very briefly the other day. Hello.
Sí.
Talking about billiards or something.
Were we talking about billiards? I don't remember
Yeah.
that.
Snooker
What was
or
my
something.
stance? Was I pro or anti-billiards?
I think your stance was just firmly middle of the fucking road. If I'm being
Take
honest.
it or leave it?
Yeah.
No, that doesn't sound like me. I would have a very strong opinion one way or the other.
He just doesn't know which
didn't-
way it is.
Yeah. He just doesn't.
No,
can't quite detect.
it would just be whatever Edgar says. I would say the opposite.
Oh, okay.
Okay, that's fair. Well, I didn't hear his opinion on it either, so I can't help you.
Aye, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, we're just waiting for Julius. We were supposed to start maybe 10 minutes ago, but we were a few minutes late ourselves, so we're just gonna wait for him and Delilah.
See, perhaps you've seen Delilah as well.
We just got to the island, so unfortunately,
Yeah.
no.
Ah,
Just fucking arrived.
Pilgrimage to where?
pilgrimage to the shrines around the island, senor. There are
For la
many.
madre.
See, many. Some of which I do not know the location of. I wish to familiarize myself with these places, as well as give offerings to each of them.
I see.
Are you a believer of La Madre, senor?
Truth be told, I don't know too much about it, so I'd be remiss to say yes or no. But I tend to keep my mind on things I understand and can see right in front of me, if that answers your question.
Well, if you intend, senor, to learn more about La Madre, I offer you a chance to join us on this pilgrimage today.
Perhaps. I will say that I have an interest in learning about the people, woman. I'm certain learning about their religion can help me with that venture.
That is right.
So maybe.
It's part of the reason I'm going along as well. But Julius personally asked me to come back. So,
Hi, Julius asked you to come along. Perfecto.
Yeah.
I am glad. It is very important that pilgrimages be done in large groups of people. That way, the divinity shall be shared amongst them. The stories can be shared amongst them.
Is the pig coming too?
No,
Maybe perhaps
these
a little
guys
bit,
need
a little bit of lunch for later.
spiritual help. They've been eating rats. They've been eating snakes here all day.
Maybe a story for next time.
I saw a bird on a bird. Did somebody snatched a bird out of the air?
Just grabbed it out of the air.
I maybe it came down to eat. Look, see, it came down to eat something, but
Keep your eyes open, amigo. I know for a fact the toad is around here somewhere.
ooh, there's a red-footed booby on the ground. You see it with the
Oh.
blue bill?
See,
Yeah, that's not.
The
There's
blue
not too
booby.
many of 'em around. There's the blue-footed booby, the red-footed booby, but the red-footed booby has a blue bill.
They're
That
called the
sounds like a
booby
song. Red-footed
because-
booby has a blue bill. Why they call it that?
they're so dumb.
Want to
Oh,
talk
that
before
makes
you leave,
sense.
or you just leaving?
up to you if you like to talk. I'm not too fussed.
Well, I would, but we're about to start well, a little pilgrimage here, so.
All right, we can wait a
if you
little bit
gotta get
longer,
off the next
senor.
Yeah, we're waiting for
We're
Delilah.
waiting for Delilah.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Ah, okay, okay. Well then, yeah, if I'm not holding you up, then yeah, let's talk then. I'd like that.
Please.
Howdy, Shepherd.
Hello.
Get away from me.
Hi, amigo. You said get away, and it immediately started running.
Listen, I know these pigs, okay? Listen to me.
How you chicken?
I had a donkey following me before.
I'm keeping.
I saw that earlier today, right?
Yeah.
I thought the other one was leading the donkey, but then I noticed it had no lead. He was just following you.
No. His name is Sam. He's been taking a shine to me as of late. I think I've been feeding him, bringing him bananas lately, and then they're grubby.
Shepherd's more of a title than a name.
That is good, amigo.
Yes.
You should you put like a little bell around the neck, and it will attract the other donkeys to come along with it. We'll have a whole herd.
Yeah, that's what I want to do. When I show up to the council meeting and a fucking donkey's standing behind me.
Sí, Chunita, amigo. It is so hard to get around on the island. If you are the lord of donkeys, you will...
I have the support of the donkey faction.
Sí, the
barn.
donkeys. They're going to get added to the council next, amigo.
The Duke of the Barn has joined me. Baron von Donkey.
Baron von Donkey is crazy, amigo. Ay, ay, ay.
A baron is,
Baron
we were
von
going over
Burro.
titles. You know, people here have had all kinds of titles. Someone once called himself the Grand Marshal. We had a mayor.
What is the highest title like that somebody's chosen so far?
Well, King is pretty high, right?
King is pretty high, see, but there's a lot of
Grand
them.
Marshal.
Apparently.
Someone said, could I call myself? Actually, he said, could I call myself Grand Marshal? And I said, yeah, you could.
myself
Yeah, pretty much.
Who is that, amigo?
Some gunslinger.
So
Yeah. You know what he did? He was a Grand Marshal. We had a mayor that was at least reasonable. Julius was a duke. We had a princess. That was Mishka. She called herself the princess.
Why did she get... Can you tell me, amigo, why did Mishka get beheaded and her limbs ripped off?
She became very treacherous.
What did you do, amigo?
So first of all, she had some history with Morgan where they've had personal disputes in the past where Mishka was saying things about Morgan to other people that he thought was untrue. So that was already an issue. And then she kept doing it. And then...
But that is what's happening to us right now, amigo. We have yet to behead anybody.
Well, did this happen? She went to Delilah and said, hey, there's this guy. This guy, Cade, who's a bartender in Valentine, who I know. He's my friend. And he is saying all kinds of stuff about you and this, that, and the other thing. So a bunch of people left Guarma. She went over to talk to him. They met up in Valentine behind the saloon there. And he didn't know what the fuck she was talking about. Like, Mishka had made everything up. She was trying to make them fight each other for some fucking reason.
Yeah,
amigo. So she got caught trying to stir up trouble. And Blatt plus, I think when they were talking to her and Morgan was trying to, explain something, she kind of just started talking a bunch of shit to him again. So that's what happened. But the attempt to cause trouble and discord, and I don't know what that was. She was trying to sick the Delilah and the island on this guy who was a friend for some reason. I think she just...
amigo.
It was very strange.
That is, amigo. That is unthinkable. Interesting. I wonder what happened in her mind in order to cause such a change in allegiances, such a decision.
I don't know. She had a little rocky history. I think she still had hard feelings about something that had happened, and maybe she was harboring them, or maybe she just was like fancied herself a troublemaker. Because at one point she came back after there were some problems, and she was clearly just, she said some things that you could tell she just was trying to say what she thought people wanted to hear. No, I love blood. She would say, I love blood. I love seeing blood. I'm like, what? Yeah, it was but so she had asked for help with something quite some time ago, and Delilah and a drummer did some ritual thing. Remember drummer, the spider?
Drummer.
Yeah, they did some kind of ritual thing. I don't know what the fuck it was, but it left her a little like kind of wounded. And then I don't know the result of it, but then apparently she was mad, but then she came back and then she loves blood and everything was okay for months and months and months. She was running meetings here, community meetings. Like she earned a title. I don't know about princess, but she was working pretty hard when a lot of us were sitting on our asses. And then all of a sudden, one day she decided she wanted to cause all these problems.
Of course, where I come from, it would not go over there.
I don't know. I don't know what goes on in the mind to try to get two people that are supposed to be, friends or acquaintances and try to fucking kill each other.
See, amigo, it is a very awful thing, but it is good as well. There's a precedent to kill people for gossip now.
I also want
What's that, amigo?
I want you to remember, I may not be going to this funeral, but those documents mean something now. And if any document is violated, it could mean every document's violated.
Of course, amigo, if I see her cry, she will be flogged in the waters.
Oh, God. Man, look, I don't feel great about it, but it is what it is. But, look, I tell you, in all truthfulness, we were at the
I want to
bar,
flog her so
and
badly.
I guess Delilah told these lost boys, because one of them is another one of his adopted adult children. And he comes in and goes, yeah, she just told me my dad died. And then Lily, froze up and turned around. And I went, oh, boy, she's so nice. It's hard for me to be such a fucking bastard to her, but somebody's got to pay. Anyway, that's it. She kept it together up there.
See, good. She is a professional.
I may have told Fan, don't tell me if you decide to check in on her and see how she's doing, okay? Don't tell me.
No,
But,
do
you
not
know,
allow that, amigo.
No.
If if you hear about that, do not allow it. She needs to be.
No, I'm not going. I said, because the sympathy was growing.
See, she has those big little puppy dog eyes. Amigo, just feel bad for her.
Oh, she's so helpful.
See, she's always standing around with a little tray, giving hors d'oeuvres to people.
She wrote this book, and all I want to do is tell her nice things. It was really, that's what, even then when it happened, I saw her, she went over and snuck over and started talking to him before the fucking thing. I'm sure he said, yeah, do it. So, whatever. I wish it could have been one of his voice children. He's got so many. The only good one shows up.
Out there, water's about as good as it gets.
The worst children. Amigo, he's related to everybody. People kept telling me that was their dad. Amigo, that's
a couple days later. I walk by the boat and Edgar's there with this my wife and these two women, and they're talking and they asked me if he was alive. I said, I don't know what he is. And then he goes, and this vice goes, don't you think it's weird that you're in charge and you don't notice? I said, I don't fucking care about this. It wasn't a death match. And this woman goes, that's not what you told me. I said, who are you? She goes, you told me. And I said, no, I don't. You're not very memorable. Please tell me who you are so I can remember. And it escalated from there. She wouldn't tell me name.
Yeah, amigo.
And then I said something to her that was very strong. And then she started to get off the boat, and Edgar stopped.
Amigo, there's a real big problem with people coming here and giving you their complaints and their grievances. I don't understand. I don't understand how you draw such a type of person to you, amigo.
No, does it sound like I don't give off the impression I'm ready to hear complaints?
I hope so.
I try not to. I try to be generous. I try to be diplomatic, but...
Sprite, thank you for the follow.
I got that one guy that said it to me. I was like, oh, my God. And then I had these other guys, I love their plan. They got great ideas. This Domingo. And he starts telling me, well, don't you think this place shouldn't be doing this? I'm like, how long have you been here, man? I just met you. And you're telling me how the problems with this island? Well, did you know Morgan's doing this? I'm like, I don't care what Morgan's doing. He helps this place out a lot.
Ay, amigo.
Yeah, well, Morgan does the crossing. It's none of my fucking business.
See,
I'd rather it not be my business.
I would rather it not be my business as well, amigo.
Yeah. I'm glad to see Julius here, though. I was worried he left last night. Did he leave last night?
Last night, I
He was,
believe
like,
he
ready to-
intended to go. However, a young lady by the name of Yay, do you know this one?
Yeah, I love JJ.
Yay, she went to him, ran after him, and I'm unsure what the conversation entailed. I'm unsure how it went. However, I saw him later that day. He had not left.
Oh, good. I didn't want him flying off the handle. He was in a rough state, talking about doing some crazy stuff.
Hey, amigo. This is a very
It helps to have a solid grasp.
precarious position, amigo. Right now, with all this going on.
We
I
need
wonder
some
how it
stability
shall
for a while.
happen. See, I wonder what will happen. I do believe, truly in my heart,
I've never known
that no matter what, their paths shall cross again. Whether or not he chooses violence or otherwise, we will see.
Mm-hmm.
She is aware.
He's just usually
Yeah.
a better thinker than that. You know, I know I'm an emotional person. I've said some rough stuff to people without thinking, but that is a big thing to fly off the handle and do. It's a lot of problems that's not, the guy is very tough. He's very dangerous, but that's a fucking Hank Hansen. He's going to be messing with, you know?
See.
But why don't we,
Another Hank Hansen on the island, so shortly after the other one. Yeah, this one, it is significantly more troublesome since it is not just one, it is many.
There's like that.
yeah. Maybe easy to spot in those suits, though.
See?
But I'd rather not. I'd rather not anybody here deal with that. I wouldn't wish that on anybody here, no matter what they've done.
Tell me, amigo, I was very curious yesterday at the idea of the Guarma Defense Force that Senora Pabus recommended. What is your opinion on such a group being created?
I like the idea of it. I think we have to be very specific. Again, you know, it sounded like we're on the same page, but about what they're used for, when they act. You know, like this thing with Julius. Obviously, he believes this too. This is none of our business. That's his business.
See.
If they come here and overstep their bounds and do something to other people, then it's another story. But, you know, that's his to handle. I think it could be very useful. You know, there are people who will come here and do something to offend the whole island. And to be honest, you know, I like the idea of not having to burden on something like this on one group in particular. You know, it's not on, you know, Morgan's people to go like, no, we'll go out, we'll take care of it. It's also more fair that way. So no one's like getting it like, look what I did for everybody, you know?
I think that's a good.
See, amigo, my only concern is how it shall be wielded, by what method shall targets be chosen.
Mm-hmm. But it just has to be agreement. That's all.
See?
We have to decide if it's unanimous or it's just the most votes, if you just need a majority or whatever it is.
Unanimous council decision.
I was Catholic.
However, the council seems to be, at its present moment, not able to agree exactly on everything. So that would be a hard feat to pull up. But perhaps it is better to make it such a high standard than it is to
I'm gonna run up to Elman's right quick and
not have the standard very high and unleash them everywhere.
I think so. Maybe we should all go up to Omen's and see if Delilah's up there.
Catholic, you say?
Where is Julius is still talking to Isabella?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay.
And Rose is going to fetch some food. I believe that Bo has had a headache, and I could not tell you where Ro is.
Okay. She did walk down the road. I might take a stroll up to Omen's as well, see if Delilah's up there drag her. Where do you want to start this pilgrimage?
I thought starting it here in the town would have been good.
Okay. Okay.
Would you like us to hold down the fort?
If you intend to see, you can accompany us as well. I'm fucking starving. I need something to eat.
Well, I know that
bite to eat myself.
I know that Bo just had a headache, so if we all leave, he's going to wake up with no clue of where anyone is.
Okay.
All right, okay. The blonde woman as well just walked down that way. I think she will be back very soon.
All right.
We will be back shortly.
But yeah, I like it in theory. It's just the practice that we got to worry about. We're gonna run up to the bar and see if Delilah's up there and bring it down.
See,
Okay.
let us be
Yeah,
first,
she's good.
Senor Herbie.
Yeah.
I feel like we have
Where's
delayed
that
it a
donkey
long time.
when I need it? Yeah, we'll go quick way. But yeah, I like the idea, but again, it's how it's used and when it's used, and if we can use it for important reasons. Is you take the most dangerous people from the different parts and the groups on this island. That's a pretty terrifying contingent.
See, that is just what concerns me the most, Senor, is someone starting trouble, bringing it here to the island of Guarma, and then demanding that the council fight for them.
Right. I don't know if we, as far as I could tell, I don't know if we have anybody. I mean, honestly, the most likely person to do that out of the whole group is me. I think everybody else will be like, yeah, I'll handle it myself.
Hey.
Me, I'll be like, hey, this guy said he didn't like my shoes, so I kicked him in the nuts, and now I got a gang after me. Do something about it, because everybody else is pretty capable and pretty willing to handle their own stuff. Julius, I don't think he would ask, but like he said, his people aren't the type to go to war. They're not the type to do this sort of thing. But the rest of y'all are ready to go. My concern is, when we get the doctors there or people who just spend time here, or even if there's a group, we had someone come and rob people who were stealing bananas. They will rob people of the bananas and shot one of them because the dummy pulled out a gun on him.
I believe I've heard of this.
Yeah, I've
the
heard
banana
of them
bandit.
since. Yeah, the banana bandits. There were two of them, but I haven't heard of them since.
Speaking on the medical professionals, amigo, that are going to be coming here, I hope Senor Julius is able to convince Senora Isabella to stay. I would really like to see her here.
About it. Yeah, I was talking about it. I said, get great news, actually, because I'm leaving. But
Booby!
we'll see. Because we got Dr. Natalie. Dr. Allegra seems real gung-ho about this, too. But one more would be nice. At least a Cerberus, if you will, of medical help.
Shall we be a little faster, senor?
Yeah, let's go for it.
If we don't start moving now, amigo, I'm going to start getting too hungry to move.
Hey, as long as you're up for running, I'm ready.
Sí.
Maybe that road's right ahead of us, too. And, okay.
All right, quite unfortunate.
Well, fuck. Okay, well, I did need food anyway.
See, I'm going to leave some corms here if that's all right.
I like Shepard's voice. It's definitely like low and steady. But I think it really works with kind of his gimmick.
See, I left some corms on the floor.
Hey, were you fishing?
See, I was looking for a pitch, amigo. Tell me if you know where I can find this, senor. I'm looking for a popper pitch. You know this one? Popper pitch.
Fish.
See,
I
do you know
haven't
if
fished here too much, but
I don't know if I can find it in the waters, or perhaps I will need to get one
let me.
brought to me.
I know somebody who's done a lot of fishing here. We'll go back the other way. I know someone that's done a lot of fishing here, so I could see. You know, I haven't really fished much up the coast.
See, amigo, if you were able to tell me if I can find a popper pitch here, that would save me a lot of heartache. I tried to pitch earlier today. However, I kept catching the same perch over and over. I caught him once, released him, caught the same pucker again, released him again, kept catching the same little pendejo pitch. Pescado pendejo, amigo.
Oh shit! Hold on, I'll be right back. I gotta grab something.
Sí. Pescado, pendejo.
All right, if Delilah's not down there by the time we get back, we just kind of, I guess, have to start. I think Julius is the big one to be there. Although I would have liked Delilah there, because this is more about flexing my spirituality than actually doing anything.
Hey, look how spiritual I am. I went on a pilgrimage.
But fuck, they must have been around the corner. I went back in there to grab a bottle of whiskey, and they're in there.
Who?
Delilah and Rose.
Hi, Delilah. Are they coming?
Yeah, hold on. Let's see. There they are. I went back in there. It's like, wait, what? I think they were around the corner talking or something.
Hi, Senora Bruja. It was like you evaporated in thin air. Or apparated, rather.
Evaporated, yeah.
See?
Well, here we go. We're on the way. We got a whole nice group down there.
See, there's going to be quite a few people coming along, sharing stories of their experiences of the island. I'm quite excited for today.
I appreciate you being willing to extend a day, save us and Delilah and Herbie.
Oh, happy to.
Julia seems to be in better spirits today, so.
Good. Anything to help, I know you guys already appreciate the island, but to spread that kind of feeling is very good.
Definitely. Always eager to learn more about La Madre.
I am as well, Senora.
I tell you.
I hope to hear all details from the different places of the island. There are so many people with their own individual tales and experiences of La Madre, each one containing great power in and of themselves.
I met someone once. I never met them again. They were from a tribe up in the mountains of La Madre worshippers.
Hi, amigo. The Hierophants.
No, this person told me it was a woman. You know, not that she looked like she lived up in the mountains. Without saying more than that, because she was plenty nice, but she didn't talk much. Her name was Blood, from the Blood tribe. And
Blood from the Blood tribe?
That's what her name was. And
I'm
she...
Sebas from the Sebas tribe, amigo.
Well, it makes sense. That's how the tribe got the name. But she told me some things. I wrote them down. There's interesting sayings like the blood drips from the generosity of her mouth to the people in the valley below. Like some kind of really stuff that made me think. They were she was grunting it out, but still I could understand it. But
amigo, grunting it out is crazy to say. That is what I'm doing on the outhouse, amigo. I'm grunting it out.
And blood. Blah, blah, blah. I don't know what else to say. That's what it was. That's how she said it. The blood.
The blood.
Maybe not grunting. Maybe garbling. blood. Yeah, it wasn't like that. It wasn't a grunt. But I've only seen him once. It was well over a year ago, too. I would love to, there's a lot of different thoughts around here. Julius has some crazy knowledge about other gods and evil river gods and all this shit.
Other Orishas on the island. Orishas, excuse me.
Fuck, I got a
Is that what it is? Orishas?
Orishas, si, senor. Orishas are spirits or divine beings. That is the name given upon them in Cuba, senor.
Ooh. I like the sound of that.
Many people have a principal Orisha. I think for many on the island, the principal Orisha is La Madre.
Ah, that makes sense. Yeah.
However,
yeah.
they believe in other Orishas too. Other Orishas may speak to them and they may even present offerings to them as well. However, the main principal Orisha is the patroness.
That makes sense. I know Julius knows about several other ones then.
Sí. Senor Jepor was telling me that he had other spirits and other Orishas that he
Yeah, I bet he does.
dealt with as well.
Yeah, I'm sure. No, I believe it. I respect his beliefs. I'm just a petty bastard. Fucking helping somebody who was trying to kill me.
Ay.
I get it. Everything's political around here these days.
Sí.
It's good. Whatever. I'm gonna get furious. I'm gonna shut up about it. We can enjoy this fucking pilgrimage. Peach a pilgrimage.
We have returned, mi gentes, and we bring good tidings and good news. La Bruja shall accompany us today.
That's the one.
La Bruja. I like that.
La Bruja?
Hi, Sbass.
Yes, I always seem to get along with witches despite myself.
Oh, shit.
Killing a lamb.
Really? Now that is a fun bowl of forge fact I was not aware of.
Get senses because I do not try to burn them.
You should accompany us tonight.
Really? You'd be all right with that?
Yes. No, I'd quite like that. If you're up for it. If you'd rather stay, that's perfectly fine.
You know what I shall. I reckon I'd like to get to know this place and the people in it a little bit better, considering my friendship with Ro runs rather deep.
All right. Excellent.
Well, mi gentes, a bit of a preamble perhaps before we begin this. Today, on this glorious day, it is a Thursday, correct? It's Thursday? On this glorious Thursday, a pilgrimage shall be done on the island, traveling to the different shrines across all over the island, the north, the south, the west, the east. Offerings shall be presented, prayers shall be done, stories of the myth of the island, of the history of the island shall be shared. And it is my hope that all of us at the end will have a closer bond with La Madre and a closer bond with the island itself. Please, for those who are not aware of each other's names, I would like to introduce myself, and then we shall go around and introduce ourselves as well. I am Pastor Sebas. I am a member of the Castilian contingent that currently resides in the castle. I have lived here for many years. However, I have been absent for quite some time. And it is this absence which I have used to reinvigorate my spirit. And that has caused me to create this pilgrimage here today. Senor Julius.
Yes, hello everyone. I'm Julius. I'm a shaman of La Madre, long-time resident of this island. It's an honor and a pleasure they get to share these holy sites and La Madre's wisdom with all of you here and with Sebas.
Senora,
Ro,
What?
you can introduce
introduce
yourself.
yourself. See,
Oh.
there's a lot of people that do not know who you are, Senora.
Oh fuck. Okay. Hello. I'm Ro.
And one
That's
thing
it.
about you. No, one thing about
Oh.
you, Senora.
We need a fun fact, bro.
See, we need a pump back.
A fun fucking fact.
See, a pump back that
Yeah,
is
exactly.
important for the pilgrimage.
Man, fuck. I don't know. I hate apples.
Why do you, hold on, why do you hate
Why would you
apples? What
hide?
is it?
Oh, you hate
Wait a minute.
You wanted the fun fucking fact. You fucking
No,
got
no,
it.
no,
Move the
hold
fuck
on, hold on. That wasn't fun.
No.
That bothers me.
Fuck
Why
off.
do you hate apples?
Oh, that's a concern.
Listen to
They
my
get stuck
fucking
in your
leaf.
teeth. You know, that's a reason to hate them right there.
Do you hate like apple pie? Do you hate like, or just like eating an apple whole? No, I want to know this. You, you said it. Why are you slandering apples?
I don't want to answer these questions.
Okay, we will move on. Senora,
Howdy. My name is Rose Montgomery. I will say that I'm a believer of La Madre. I'm not necessarily a follower. But I've been learning about her in the past few months and look forward to what else I can learn along the pilgrimage tonight.
sí, señor.
Oh, hi. I'm Bo. I don't know jack shit about La Madre. But I'm here. And I am here.
Perfect.
My name is Hoiby Coltrane. I'm the ambassador of Guarma. For the many unfortunate decades of my life, I've been a cynical bastard when it comes to belief and spirituality. But in being here in over 2.5 years on this island, that has weakened some, mostly due to my experiences here with many of you, and personally, and others who aren't here anymore with La Madre. Next to me, because I also know people very well. This is Delilah. Some people refer to her as the Bruja of Guarma. She's also quite the foremost believer, but she's taught me a lot about La Madre as well. And now JJ could do it for herself. And that's JJ.
Hi, I'm JJ.
One pump back, senora.
I work at the bar, so you know, I can make everybody drinks.
Okay, but what is your opinion on apples?
Why do I have to have an opinion on apples?
I don't know. I just feel like I need to know now.
This is valuable information. Yes, we should know.
Cause I packed a bunch
apples.
of snacks for the trip, and they're all apple based.
What color apples?
Green apples.
Only green?
See.
Okay, it'll have to work.
All right, Rose not an American. She wouldn't understand the vast importance of apples.
Senora Elijah.
Name's Elijah Ferguson. I worked the mines out in Gaptooth for about 20 years. I was told I could make a small fortune here, so I'm here to make my fortunes, I suppose. And I do hate apples as well. They get stuck in your teeth, and it's very fucking annoying.
Senor Shepherd.
I am the shepherd. I am one of the faithful that preaches from La Capilla. La Madre is one of the aspects of my worship and practice.
I'm glad we were all able to familiarize ourselves with each other. That shall make this trip a lot more bountiful now that we are all here as friends. I wish to start the trip at the second largest shrine, the one that is beneath our feet, deep inside of the tunnels, in the heart and the veins of Guarma. And we shall end the trip at the large shrine on top of the mountain. And Julius, you will have to show me like the other ones on the way, because I do not know all of them.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Perfecto. Herbie, can you lead us to the little ladder? Because I don't know where it is either.
It's right over here. Follow me. Follow me. Here's a fact about this place. It was I don't remember how long I was here, but this shrine was hidden for quite some time until some people were hired to renovate the inside of the compound. They discovered the tunnel, kind of built it out, made it safe, and when they got to this side, they found this incredible shrine. Forgotten, perhaps, or lost, but recovered once again, so everybody could come and worship closer. In we go.
What's your
I
head?
knew someone that didn't like.
Are they still talking about apples?
Amigo, this is so bad. All I brought was apple cider and like apple slices with peanut butter. I thought people were going to really enjoy it.
Well, listen, I like it.
I didn't
Apples
realize.
And peanut butter are good. What do
See,
you
I
think about
didn't-
apples and cheese?
Apples and cheese is crazy, amigo. I feel like that doesn't go
love it.
together.
There's people who love it. But
Oh,
one
it
of my
totally
brothers
does.
did.
Let me ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
That Julius, is that the Julius? Like Julius Bradshaw?
Mm-hmm. You know him
The
as
Jade.
the Jade King?
The Jade fucking King?
Yeah, he's the shaman of La Madre.
You're familiar, senor.
Everybody in the cross are familiar with the Jade King. He's a fucking legend.
Hi, JJ. I didn't realize. Tell me, amigo, what did you hear of him?
Well, just some shit I read in a newspaper years ago. You know, apparently he robbed a bank single-handedly.
Oh, yeah.
I haven't heard of this story, amigo.
It's pretty incredible from what I hear.
Interesting.
Is Julian coming? Did he get lost?
Let me take a look. I'll take a look.
Sí.
Feel free to talk or start. Tell him about the gold and not to touch it. Julian's over here still.
This is to my knowledge, the second largest shrine to La Madre. The second most important. Although saying that all these shrines are as important as each other, this one just happens to be centralized in an area very easy to get to. It is here, in this cavernous room, where treasures of Guarma are stored. Golden bars, golden trinkets.
I'm so sorry.
Please don't step on the golden bars, senor.
I didn't mean to.
These trinkets are all bound to the island in a similar fashion to that of the black onyx. It is said that if anybody were to take the gold from here and were to attempt to steal it, to take it off the island, they shall be cursed for the end of their days. Mi gentes who have been here longer, Senor Herbie, has anyone tried to ever steal the gold here?
They have, and actually, you can find for anybody with familiar, when you walk up the hill behind the sugarcane field, as if you're going to the house there up the mountain, or maybe to Omens. There's a disturbing little box next to a rock. On the rock, there's a skull with an arrow through it, and in the box, there's a couple of things. One of them being a folded up body, and another thing being a tiny little golden idol that was stolen from this place by the person who is folded up in the little box. And that is what happened. There's a few
Hi, the
more.
golden idol. I've seen that. I literally saw that this morning.
What happened was some time ago, a couple of people came down here, thought they're going to make some easy money. They stole a bunch of gold, stole a bunch of these little idols down there. You see one of them over there now. And, well, we've left them where you will see all the result of what happens if you steal.
The one in
from
the
here.
skull, yeah.
But there can be found all
Fuck.
over the island. I'm happy to include it if we walk by one.
See, if you are to see any of these idols, although it looks like they are free for the taking, be very careful, for if you attempt to do so, a curse upon your very soul shall be placed. Senor Kirby, you said that this shrine was discovered. How again?
Well, for those of you who've been inside the compound, it had been renovated maybe somewhere between a year and 2 years ago. And during that time, they found this tunnel. Sort of caved in. We didn't know it was here. So we had them build it out. The militia had them build it up, figure it out. And when they got to this side, they cleared some of the rubble. And here, this whole room was here. This beautiful statue of La Madre was here. The fires were still burning. We don't even know how long this thing has been under here. But, at least, 5 years, if not more, 10 years or more. The fires were still burning. They were able to clear some room out, and we put in a little entrance over here, so now everybody can enjoy it again.
Amazing. A small prayer, perhaps, and then the offering, and then we shall continue our journey. La Madre, please protect us on this pilgrimage we seek to set off upon. Protect us from the creatures that lurk in the forest, the little beasts and cryptids that intend to do us harm, any foul spirits that lurk around, any demons which may attempt to stumble across our path. Protect me, protect the people here, protect all of Guarma. Amen.
Amen.
Before we leave this place, there are two things you all should know. The first is, part of the reason for having a shrine underground like this is that the Madres and caves are very special places. It's believed that the barrier between this world and the next is thinnest in places such as this. It is a place to commune with the spirits of the realms. Additionally, we are very fortunate that the Madre's blessings are celebrated and can do so very publicly, very pridefully here. Celebrate her bounty and her teachings. That has not always been the case on this island. There are times where people feared her power, feared her message. I am very glad this is not the case these days.
Please take this moment if anybody has any offerings they would like to leave.
Oh, I thought he had incense. Oh.
Perfecto, mi gentes. On to the next shrine. Señora Bruja, may I share the tale of the origin of La Madre that you shared with me?
That story was for you. If
I
you would
see.
like to share it, you are more than welcome to.
Okay. Please, I will speak when we are outside.
Think we go to the church next, or?
Which is the closest one, Senor Julius?
Yes, the temple would be the closest.
Please
I
lead the
think it would
way,
be good.
Senor.
Yeah, we can go there, then maybe the cave to the south, and then make our way north, I think. Because we said we want to finish at the northern shrine, right?
Sí.
Okay. I think that's a good path.
Perfecto. Please lead the way, Senor Julius. While we are going to the south, we will also make a detour to the castle to visit the shrine there.
Yes, yes, that would be good. Do you know who has been attacking that shrine, Sebas?
Attacking the shrine, Senor? I
Yes,
did not know that shrine was attacked. I did see a note that was left, perhaps with cheeky intent. But rather than taking offense to it, I saw it as something to strive toward. It was a prayer, Senor, wishing that no coward shall take the title of king. I could not help but agree.
Oh my God.
No cowards indeed. No, a few days ago, maybe a week ago now, something like that, it looked like someone had fired off some shots at the shrine. We tried to clean it up as best we could, but yeah, don't know who it was or why they would do something like that. I don't think it's anyone who spent any time here. It's extraordinarily disrespectful.
Sí, many pendejos, amigo, they do not understand the power of the island. Even if we do not find out who they are, I'm sure the island will settle the business.
Certainly.
I think if we go to the castle after this, we could actually stop off at the core at the arena.
Yes.
And then
I
over
think
to
that-
the
That would count as well. Mm-hmm.
If we shall, since it is the beginning of our journey and the beginning of our pilgrimage, I would like to discuss how we find ourselves beginning here in Guarma. How do we all find ourselves here? I shall begin. I was brought here by Senor Edgar. He intended to introduce me to La Bruja. Before then, I had always been superstitious. However, I had not known the true power of the divinity of this island and the true power of the spirits before seeing it firsthand. In fact, it took quite a long time for me to see such things. I will share what I saw, perhaps a little bit later in the journey. But that is how I was brought here. Any of you gentes wish to share how you were brought here?
My story is quite simple. I'd heard tale of Guarma. At the time, I was running a bar down in Saint Denis, the Blue Pearl. And I wasn't particularly interested. I thought, sure, sounds like a nice place to visit at some point. I'll get to it when I get to it kind of thing, right? But I was fairly content with where I was. But then, some folk were running a high-stakes poker game. I finally decided, yeah, you know what? That sounds like
Was that
fun.
us?
Why don't I come down to the island for that? And
I remember always talking about it. No, probably not. It's probably
was
Vincenzo's.
blown away by what I found and what I saw. Though it did take much longer, as you say, for La Madre to reveal herself to me. But I think from that very moment, part of me realized there was something special about this place.
I am breathtaken by this place, amigo. You'll learn, Senor Elijah, that the story of Guarma,
It's also an actual fox hanging from up there.
A coyote, but go ahead.
see that the story of Guarma is a story of violence. It is a history of...
Did you just knock over one of the effigies?
There's plenty more.
That is really bad luck.
I feel like that's a pretty bad omen.
That was really
I'm sure we're leaving tributes that we can make up for it.
I feel like the tributes we just left that just kind of negated it right there.
Well, maybe it wasn't enough. Yeah.
It is okay. We will just set it up right.
Maybe it was erosion.
See? As I was saying, the history of Guarma is the history of conflict. It is the history of violence. Nothing had ever been easy on this island. Everything had to be taken. Everything had to be made with the blood of men and women and non-binary as well.
If you don't mind me, I have to go back here and take a piss real fast.
Does anyone else wish to share their story and how they found themselves on their island, this island rather, of Guarma? Senora Bo, the apple hater.
I'm not the apple hater, Roe.
Wait, Ro is the apple hater. Oh, I thought it was Ro and Bo. I got it mixed up.
Accuse me of that. I'm an American.
Sí. Senora Ro, the apple hater. How did you find yourself on this island?
A
know she
while
doesn't want it.
ago, I came here because Julius brought me here.
All right. And why did he bring you here, do you think?
He wanted me to be exposed to what Guarma is and what exactly he spent all his time organizing and thinking about.
And tell me, chica, you've spent time here learning what Guarma is. What do you believe it to be, senora?
I think it's a place that brings out the honesty in people, whether they like it or not.
This I agree with. Senor Herbert Senior, I'm sure your story is very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, so interesting you get to hear it again.
I love hearing it, amigo. You have like a very good way of telling stories.
Oh my goodness. Well, then allow me. I was over in the crossing. I received a telegram from a dear friend of mine who also happens to be a complete lowlife. Who had sent me a message that said, "Hoiby, we got work to do in Guarma." I said, "Oh, okay. I'm just about sick of being in this place. It's time to move on again." And he and I, and with some other people, spent some time in what is now known as Panama for a while. I figured it might be a little similar, relive some old times. So I come all the way over here, and specifically, I remember getting off the boat and thinking, "Oh God, this is beautiful, but what a dump." But walking around, trying to find my way, I didn't really see anybody. I crossed the river we just crossed, and I started walking up a different path, or much like we did here, and just being amazed at, like, holy shit, I'm in a jungle. Just the beauty of it. I was sweating a lot too, but I'm wandering around. I go up to what is now Omens. This is before it was Omens. And I meet two people. And one of them would eventually become the militia, a woman named Bailey, and the other was the guy that they call El Capitan, who was the ruler of this island at the time. And they said they were, maybe not the most, let's say, as openly friendly people. And I said, hello. And they said, who the fuck are you, essentially? And I said, well, my name's Hoiby. And they said, I don't, who the fuck are you? I said, my friend, Wesley Shields. He said that we have work to do. And they said, who the fuck is that? And I went, I've been tricked. Or I've been misled. I wouldn't say tricked. I'd say misled. I think you were just hoping for a good old time. And that was it. I got here by mistake. And then since that day, You know, I came very close to abandoning this place in the beginning and shooting both those people I met that day, as they were horrible bullies to me when I first met them. But they apologized before my ridiculous plan that probably would have killed me came to fruition. And here I am, the ambassador of Gorma.
That is a fine story, Mr. Herbie.
It certainly is. Some of us, well, I will say also, I helped push for this high stakes poker game that Julius came to. And I love hearing he came here because of that, and the Roe came here because of him. And you can follow that all the way around in different directions. It's,
It is cause and effect, senor.
yeah, I love that.
It was
like you were
fated
saying.
since the day you came here that all of us would one day be here in this circle discussing together. Would anybody else like to share? That is okay.
Well-
We shall head inside now. Oh, go ahead, amigo.
Well, if nobody else gonna share mine,
Yeah,
I'm
tell
not
us.
quite the storyteller as Mr. Herbie here, but just yesterday I was in a mine, Gap Tooth, out in Tumbleweed. Worked there for about 15 years. I met a man by the name of Mac. He gave me his business card. We exchanged stories, places we mined, people we used to work for, things we found, you know, things like that. He told me a story about black onyx. I've never heard of it. He said it was a small fortune to be made here in Guam if you're willing to take the trip. So I figured, why not? So here I am. That's my story.
Perfecto, amigo. I hope you were able to find fortune here. I hope you were able to find what you were looking for. And perhaps something more as well.
Perhaps.
Why don't we could make our way inside and maybe people feel a bit more comfortable.
Can I ask you a question?
Let's head inside, mi gentes.
Certainly.
Do you go by Mr. Jade or Mr. King?
Just Julius is fine.
All right. Do you know that you a fucking legend?
I take it my deeds have preceded me then, huh?
I've never been here before, man.
Oh, 100%.
Ay, ay, ay. Senor Julius, would you like to give a very short prayer at this shrine?
Certainly. We come here, La Madre, with these friends, these visitors, people of the island and people from lands far from here. We ask that you grace us with your presence, with your warmth, with the ability to see beyond what our eyes perceive, our ears hear, what we smell, taste. To bring us all closer together, closer to the land beneath our feet, closer to this magical place. Thank you.
Amen.
Is it thank you, amen? Okay, amen, and thank you.
If anybody would like to leave something, please take this opportunity to.
I'm fresh out of bread rolls.
Hi, Senor Herbie. Perfect.
Ay, ay, ay. Knocking on the clock is crazy.
To the next shrine, then, mi gentes.
I think we're going to the castle next.
Hi, perfect. At the castle, we shall partake a little bit in the refreshments, take a moment to eat for those who are hungry.
Those are like apples.
All right. What's the next topic?
I cannot help but think of beauty whenever I think of the castle. Whenever I stand upon the walls and I look out, I see the island. I see the sun in the horizon. I see the faint mist that lay upon the ground. The trees which stand erect and sway in the wind. I find so much beauty in nature. Senors, tell me, for those of you here, what is the most beautiful place you have ever been? It can be on the island, or perhaps even off the island as well.
I'm just there. I'm taking a moment because I got so many favorite places here.
See, I find
would
it,
be
senor, that the answer that lies closest to the heart is the first one that appears in the mind. Say whatever was first to your mind.
It's my favorite spot here. It's sitting on that couch. It's on the cliff that you could see from Moments. And it's one of the first places I sat when I was here. It was a tough day. And I was sweating. I was being run ragged all over the place. There were people shooting bullets by my head for fun and laughing. And it was a rough day. And I sat there as I plotted some sort of horrible revenge that would have got me hurt. And I looked up and the sun was going down. And you see, it's all the way back there. You can see the bar almost up above the compound.
See if you
It's right
squint a
next
little
to
bit.
there. Yeah, right next to there. And you look out over the compound, over the Aguas Dulces, over the bay, over the castle.
He squints a little
And there
bit.
goes the sun, just sinking down. Just all these incredible colors just appearing before my eyes that really if I've seen them before, it would have been a long time since I've seen them. Just a beautiful sight, the sun sinking into the ocean and then all countless goddamn stars that I hadn't seen in a long time appearing above me. And, I think that's my favorite place. It's the first time I remember seeing it here, and it certainly wasn't the last.
Ay, amigo, I need to take a seat on that couch. I have been very close to it on several occasions, but I have never sat back into the actual seat itself.
It's very good. It's very good.
Senora Yay, I feel like you have a place which you find beautiful amongst all others. Call it a hunch or appealing. Please, if you will, share it with us.
There's a little spot on the waterfall. There's a barrel up there. I like sitting at the waterfall. You can't see a whole lot, but it's the sounds, not really about what you can see.
Hey, of course. There's beauty not only in what is able to be seen, what is able to be heard, what is able to be smelled, what is able to be felt. I believe sometimes we forget such things, as most of our senses rely on sight. However, we are not all sight. We are not all the 7 senses and the 7 humors. Sometimes places have a very deep spiritual connection to them as well. Shepard, do you have any place like that?
Have a deep spiritual connection?
See.
La Capilla itself, of course.
Aye, of course. If I may ask, Shepard, what do you feel when you were there?
My understanding of La Capilla is that it once had ceilings, rooftops. There's a concept of consecrated earth, I suppose. That means that one patch of land is considered more holy than the next.
See.
While the destruction of the church is in one sense a tragedy, I also see it as an opportunity. It opened that place of worship to the very heavens themselves. So often in La Capilla, I am thankful that I have vision of the sky, where once in the past I would not.
Would you like to share a place, Senora?
Me?
See. A place of beauty, Senora. A place that you enjoy to visualize in your mind or spend some time at.
Guarma has always been a place to me where I've gone to be able to escape. I came here even before when I lived in New Alexandria. It's a lot different back then, but I feel like now I can actually appreciate it for its beauty. But I've always been drawn to places like the ocean. The sound of the waves give me a chance to actually think and clear my head. It's actually one of the reasons I prefer to be underwater.
You prefer to be underwater?
I like the silence of the ocean
Aye,
underneath the
aye,
waves.
aye. Are you able to hold your breath for a very long time?
I can.
That is crazy.
That is amazing, by the way. I can barely hold my breath for like 20 seconds.
I think my prime was about 4 minutes.
No way, 4 minutes. You are part sea turtle, senora.
You definitely undersold that with saying kind of. Answering, holding your breath. My goodness.
It was not something I do frequently. A lot of practice. I'm out of practice in comparison, but
Is that practicing holding your breath?
yes.
Hey, do you smell that, mi gentes? When you enter this room, it is the smell of the smoky barrels of the red rum created by Senora Pabis. We're going to have a rum tasting sometime in the future. I'm very eager. I wake up every morning and I smell it and I want to fucking drink it.
Better self-control than I say, boss.
Yeah, I second that.
Trials of temptation.
the shrine of La Madre and the castle. For this one, I will just read the note. I think it summarizes my feelings pretty well.
But were you gonna read it or you?
See, no,
want us to
I'm
read
going
it?
to read it. I'm just waiting for other people to show up. I think we lost a lot of people on the way.
Well, they might be down there drinking
I
rum.
think they're distracted.
Oh,
with the
okay,
rum.
okay. They're all fucking sipping the rum. I'm gonna get blamed for that. They're poking little holes and
They
putting
just poking
straws
little
inside of
holes
it.
and just sucking
See,
it
Up here, I was just saying. Speaking of sea turtles, there's tons of them around lately. One crawled up on the beach, which I haven't seen for a while. Like right,
amigo,
before the hill there.
there was like 10 sea turtles earlier today when I was trying to do some pitching. They were scaring all the
I saw-
pitch around,
I saw
amigo.
4 of them just down there yesterday off the thing. They're all over the place now.
That is amazing, amigo. I love to see the sea turtles arrive. Have you ever seen the sea turtles, the little baby ones, go from the beach to the shore?
Once, yeah.
I want
And
to
they-
see that so badly, amigo.
They're scrambling. They're scrambling.
See, they're scrambling.
Yeah.
You have to make the chain. You have to hold the hands and protect them from the seagulls.
They are bastards.
Instead of a prayer, I'm going to read this note. I think it summarizes the way I feel as well. I'm not sure who left this here, but I like the way it is written, kind of like a poem. La Madre, keeper of blood and bone, we walk the path you set before us, through struggle, through sacrifice, through fire and steel. You do not ask for weakness. You do not ask for mercy. You ask only that we stand, that we fight, that we claim what is ours with steady hands. War is not chaos, it is balance. The strong rise, the unworthy fall, and the earth drinks deep to set things right. Let no man take power without proving himself. Let no coward wear the mask of a king. If the blood is false, let it spill. If the claim is quick, let it break. We do not beg for your favor. We honor it in action. By blood, by strength, by the will to endure. La Madre watches. La Madre knows. See, I thought that was very well written. I read it and I thought at first that it was someone being very cheeky, but I actually really like it. I came around to it after reading it another time.
Yeah, and the fact that it started pouring down raining is once you started reading it.
See?
It's not ominous at all.
We will take a moment, mi gentes, upstairs to enjoy some refreshments.
The storms come in on the interesting times.
See, I don't know why I remembered there being like a big tarp that went over this table.
No, there never was.
There never was
Maybe
there?
it was. Maybe there should have been, considering some of the meals you guys had here.
See, I'm going to place some beverages on the tables here. Right. This is the hard apple cider for anyone who is willing to drink.
I'm okay on the drinks, but could I have a bite of that pig back there?
It is from yesterday, senor, but if that does not bother you, please feel free.
I'm just gonna take a piece.
Please, mi gentes, take a beverage.
Oh, yeah.
The apple beverage.
You see something on the shore?
No, I was just looking around. Yeah, yoink. Oh, why you?
I'm going to leave more on this side over here.
Why me? Yeah, I said, yeah. Why instead of why you? I should say why me. Yeah, grab it.
Grab it. Do not let them
Yeah, grab it over there. There's
go
something
to
on the
waste,
table.
please.
I see it.
Damn, hell of a storm.
Elijah, take one as well, mi gente.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Take a beverage for yourself as well.
Oh, yeah, sure.
It is very strong cider, senor.
Yeah, I'm good.
Careful not to drink it too fast.
Piping. We're about to scramble along some scaffolding.
Yeah. Over here,
What's
there is
going
apple
on?
cider. If you are an apple liker, if you are an apple hater, then forget what I will show you here.
I don't hate apples.
They're right here. Take an apple cider.
I prefer water to apples.
Well, there's water from the sky, senor. The island provides.
100%. I just opened my mouth and just.
Are you not able to grab it? I probably shouldn't have put them there. Fuck. That costs a lot of money,
It's
senora.
okay. I can imagine.
It seems that the rain has stopped. Perfect time to make our way. Did I leave the offering on the shrine already? See, I did. Anybody that would like to leave something, please feel free to do it now.
Never gets old. This is delicious cider.
Very
Strong
much
as
is,
hell.
yeah.
See, I didn't know you could hold the ciders in your hands and just keep drinking them. I thought that is new. Before they were like one shot. And that's
Yeah,
it.
they made them big. Good. I don't like a shot of cider. So I think
Shot of cider. Do you drink, amigo? Do you like to do the apple vinegar cider? Like in the morning, I know people like to. They say that it's really good for you. That you drink a little bit apple vinegar cider in the morning.
A little spoonful.
See, like not like a spoonful, like a proper, like a tablespoon. Actually,
Really?
Big,
like a shot.
tablespoon. Big
See,
spoon.
like a big spoon.
A shot of it?
See, like a big
it-
shot.
It's not like
of
too
apple cider
disgusting.
vinegar. Ooh.
See?
I mean, it's a bit harsh, but it's supposed to be really good for you.
And does it like ruin it if you like dilute it with water?
Probably.
Probably, see. You have to
It's got to
drink
be
it
potent.
straight, amigo. Do a shot. Check your head.
Oh my god.
A little salt on the cream, perhaps.
Salt on the ring.
See,
Some
amigo.
pickle juice right after.
See, a chaser, amigo.
Oh, I love pickle juice.
Really?
So good.
Yeah. Oh,
Do you ever eat like pickles straight from the yard, senora?
yeah.
I can never do that. I don't like
So
my
good.
see, amigo. I don't like my food too slimy, amigo. Do you know what I mean? I like my food like I like it dry. I like dry food like jerky and bread.
Yeah, no, I'll eat them right out of the jar, and then I'll drink the pickle juice right afterwards.
Wow.
I know a chica. I know a mujer that she used to eat the pickles right out of the yard. She had a fucking fork. She would snap the jar, get a pickle out, and just eat the whole shit in one bite.
Wow.
Wow.
See, she had like fucking pickles every day. That shit was crazy. And it was the spicy ones. It was like the ones with the chili, like juice inside of it as well. Okay, let's go. We're getting off topic.
Oh, I'm hungry now. Well, we're gonna head over up towards the arena after that, and then we'll go to the cave.
See. Are you
I
ready,
know, I
Senor
did too.
Elijah?
Oh, yeah.
Night has befallen us, and it is at night that the spirits tend to become more active. Why that is, I do not know. How you scared me, chica? You been down here the whole time?
Jesus fucking Christ.
She hates apples that much. She didn't even want to get close to the apple cider.
No, that's not the case.
Are you okay?
No.
What happened to Senor Ro?
Bo needed to go
Oh,
pee,
Senor
so
Bo.
I'm just waiting.
Is he peeing in the corner with the fucking
No, he's not
drinks?
peeing in the
Okay.
You can't pee down here. Come on.
This
He's
is
not
the
peeing outside.
rum
Wait.
storage. There's like there's
my
an ocean
God.
right over there you can pee in.
Listen, you could talk to Pavis about that. That's
See, there is okay. This is where everybody was. I was wondering where the fuck everybody went to. As I was saying, for some reason it is at night that the spirits tend to show themselves more open. Why this is, I am not sure. However, it seems to be the case across the world. I would like to talk about experiences we may have had, seeing spirits in the darkness. As I have done so far, allow me to be the one that goes first. Long ago, several years ago, there were 4 Castilians. Unlike now, where there is only 3. There was a man by the name of Senor Dulce. However, this man committed many transgressions across the island, things that were too devious for even myself or Edgar, who were quite devious at the time. It was after
Let's go.
these transgressions, see, I will follow you. It is after the final of these transgressions, one that was so dastardly I wish to not even repeat, that I saw the man, upon entering the jungle, be consumed by the foliage. It was as if the vines, the branches had become tendrils, had come to life. It appeared as if they wrapped themselves around him and begun to drag him deeper into the forest. I had never seen Senor Dulce again. But that is the moment, mi gentes, in which I knew that the stories of the island were not merely stories, that it was factual instead. That is the day that the 4 kings became 3 kings, the 4 heads became the 3 heads. And that is the day I became a true believer. Would any of the others like to share experiences with the supernatural that they have seen with their own eyes?
Well, I can't say it's supernatural, but there's been some strange things for me with these panthers on the island. Now, you don't see them very often. Yeah, you don't see the La Pantera very often. And they are held as very sacred to people around here. The last time I heard some people were visiting here and the panther came out of the jungle, everybody just kind of froze and let it do its thing, and it went down to the river, had a drink, and then wandered off again. It was pretty peaceful.
Aye.
My first experiences with them were not as peaceful. They were chasing people, trying to kill them. Now, this was goes for JJ and I. We were preparing for a fight that was happening up at the arena we were headed to next. It wasn't the ritual death match. It was something that was happening a day before. We were crowning the champion of the Royal. It was the champion of the Crossing versus the champion of Guarma. We won't talk about the results.
I remember this, amigo.
Yeah, so, but JJ and I were walking right over here. This is amazing timing. We were carrying supplies, bandages and whatnot. And from the scrub brush down there on the other side of this hill, a panther must have come out. We were down here, and we heard it growling or something. Luckily, it made a noise. We turned around. We had the boxes in our hands, and we ran into the ocean. We just ran into the ocean. Hopefully, it wouldn't, I think I could swim faster than one, or I'm hoping it just hates water because it's a cat. But sure enough, we get in the water. All the stuff we were carrying is just ruined. Like everything water got in the crates. All the supplies were gone. But we're screaming and yelling. And this thing was like right behind us. It was right here. We get in the ocean. We're screaming. We turned around and it was gone.
Just gone.
Gone. It was the strangest thing. Like, it couldn't have been. We were in the water right over here. Mm-hmm. It had to be here, if not closer. And it was, all of a sudden, it was gone.
Something sounds like eating in the jungle.
Amigo, I am of the belief that the animals of Guarma are just as much of the island as the dirt or the grass or the trees, that the animals enact the wheel of La Madre. Animals have forever been a signs of omen, for you know. I remember a story from the days of Rome, the ancient Romans. They were at war with the Gauls, the modern day Yerman, senor.
Well, the modern day.
Germanics.
French.
Oh, were they the French? They might have been the
Yeah.
French. Fuck. The modern day French, senor.
Yeah, they're the ones with all the gall.
Cuidado aquí.
Everyone be careful.
That is very okay.
The story, or the way that it was relayed to me, was that the armies, the two armies, had met in a field to fight. It was there where a solitary wolf was spotted hunting a deer. However, the approach of the two armies, senor, it had scared the wolf and the deer. And in this fear, the wolf and the deer went two separate ways. We will give them a second to catch up, Senor Kirby.
Just a little.
It's probably not the best place to wait.
See, see.
This is a chest full of banknotes from Valentine here.
Aye. Aye, a lot of them are damaged, amigo, from the water. from
No,
the salt
the water, you can't even spend them. We tried.
Well, it was the marching of the two armies that separated the wolf and the deer. The deer had gone towards the Gauls. And as soon as it came into contact with the formation, senor, the Gauls slaughtered the deer, stabbed it with spears. They took the deer, they roasted it, feasted upon it. The Romans, however, they split the lines, split the formation, so that the wolf who is headed towards the Romans may easily pass. The wolf scurried between the line and continued on unharmed. When the battle finally commenced, senor, the Gauls were slaughtered quite gruesomely, and the Romans had an overwhelming victory against them. The general there said, look at the difference between the Romans and the Gauls. The Gauls were given an omen, a deer sent by Artemis, and they slaughtered it. However, the Romans were given an omen, a wolf, to represent Romulus, the founder of Rome, and he was allowed to pass. That is why we won today. Be respectful to the animals you see on the island, mi gentes, for you do not know when they bring omens, when they bring tidings.
I have another kind of strange thing that people see sometimes.
See, tell me, amigo, I'm so curious about this.
There is the woman who, when I first came to the island, is the one who taught me anything about La Madre. It was Jasmine. She was wound up as a minister of trade. Every day. Now look, I felt very bad for her. But every day, if you brought up the sunset or the sun started setting, she would stare off into the ocean and start telling this story about how she remembered watching her father be in the ocean offshore being killed by a shark. This horrible story. Horrible story. She'd tell us over and over again, right? And then, again, crazy timing. right here, where we had, speaking of La Madre, the site of previous, but also the last one when I was here,
Holy.
the our death match, which is a ritual event to honor La Madre, spilling blood. Two people offering their lives up. One of them is the one being taken. But she, after this, the man who lost was someone she cared about a great deal, and she kind of lost her mind, shaved her head, and ran into the jungle, never to be seen again. And there were lots of rumors as to what happened to her and this and the other thing. And, but I will say, eventually we had to come to terms that we're never going to see her again. She probably died out there, or she's living in a cave with the blood tribe, whatever it is. But, however, there are days when people tell me when the sun's going down, they feel like they see somebody splashing around in the water, like yelling, kind of a distant, asking for help. And they see splashing around and stuff like that, and then they'll grab the binoculars, or even they'll run out and try to like get out there. By the time they get out there swimming around, there's nothing there, no sign of everybody, no blood. But it's usually only at the sunset. When I started hearing about that, I said, "Oh my God, this sounds like the fucking story I used to hear every time the sun went down."
Is there
a
statue here, amigo?
Let me see. If it's not up here, it might be down with the medical, the little medical room underneath. Let me look. No, I thought there was a little bust somewhere. No. That's unfortunate. We'll have to fix that.
Interesante. Either way, while we're here, since there is no shrine in order to offer a prayer, perhaps a story while we are here. I was relayed this story a long time ago by someone who had witnessed it with their own eyes. It is the tale of the champion of Guarma, a man who was filled with supernatural endurance and supernatural fortitude, who was slashed down many times only to be able to get back up and continue to fight over a dozen times. The tale of the champion Lakyo Yim. Did anybody here know him, or better yet, did anybody here see this story with their own two eyes?
But I did. JJ, you were there, right?
Yeah, I was there.
Yay. Would you like to tell the story? You do not have to.
I don't have to.
No, you don't have to. I can tell it.
I can help you too, JJ.
See, he can help you as
I'm
well. You
dying
can
to
tell
hear
it
the
in
story.
tandem. It is the story of the champion of Guarma, the man that reinstated, as far as I'm aware, reinstated the tradition of the duel.
Let me start it off by this. I will say this. That this man, Lockjaw Jim, was a person that was loved on the island. He believed in the island, and he believed in the traditions and doing what was right for the island. And I have to believe that's why he agreed to participate in this ceremony in the first place, which, despite the results, which most people weren't happy about, but it was his choice, and he chose to do it, and we're all very grateful for it. The day of the match came. He fought against a man that I had known that was in desperate need of help and looking for answers too. When he came here to see if we could get it from the island, from La Madre. His name was Clive Garrett.
See.
Now these two men, both with strong beliefs. One, Lockjaw Jim, sturdy, dedicated. But another man, also strong, also competent, desperation to save his family. JJ, I don't know what you were doing. What do you remember from that day, that fight?
I remember me and him were kind of fighting back and forth. I was trying to help get him ready. I remember that.
He seemed to be in good spirits, right? And he was getting
Yeah,
better.
he was in good spirits.
Aye.
He was confident in himself.
Now, it is my belief, he was a good man, this Lockjaw Jim. And he got here, and he came face to face with this man who could possibly, take his life. He was going to actively be trying to kill him, to keep himself alive, which is something you would figure would spur you on to fight harder. And I think a horrifying mistake for his part was made that day, where he asked Clive why he was fighting. And Clive told him, I need this fight. If I win this fight, I will get the money I need to save my family. Who, if I don't get the money, they're going to all be dead. And I think hearing this, unfortunately, I think Jim was too good a person. It may have taken the edge off of him he needed. There's a guy who was looking to save his family, and I don't think he, if he would have killed Clive, he would have killed his whole family. I'm not saying he threw the fight or anything like that. I'm just saying, I think a part of him dealt down. But he didn't go down easy. That's for damn sure.
No.
They started
Yeah,
off they started off with fists, right, JJ?
I think so, yeah. And then it escalated to machetes.
Yeah, they started off with fists, and he was not doing well. This Clive came at him like a wild animal. He beat him to the ground 2 or 3 times. But every time, Jim got back up. He got back up again. And then it came to the part where things got very serious with the machetes.
Tell me, tell me, Harvey, if this is true, the story, the way it was recounted to me, was that the man, Lockjaw Jim, the champion, was sliced almost in twain by this machete. Yet as he laid on the ground, a blow that would have killed an ordinary man, he was filled by the spirit of the island. And he was able to growl the words, "Stitch me up." Is this correct?
It's true more than once.
Every time he was sliced, he was
Trying not to laugh.
his arm would be hanging off, his leg would be there by a thread, and he would mutter, "Stitch me up."
He was. There's no normal way a human being been able to take those blows, these deep wounds, these gashes. He was just a crimson mass of blood. And each time he rose back up to his feet 3 times. He managed. When everyone thought he was it, this is dead, this is the end of it. 3 times he rose up. Let me tell you another thing. He had a chance to escape. He could have left in the middle of it. Things were not going his way. He could have gotten out of here. He would have never been able to be on this island again. We would have had to kill him if he came back. But he had a chance to get the hell out of here with his life. And he stood up again, and he was outside. He walked back up that ramp and came back in here and grabbed his machete and held it up and said, "Let's go again."
If you don't mind me asking, this Lockjaw Jim, was he a follower of this La Madre?
I think he may have been learning. As I said, the woman he was interested in was a grand follower of La Madre. But I don't think his initial motivation.
I can't
was,
stop
"I'm doing this for La
laughing."
Madre," this sort of thing. But I think he'd come to learn, to start to believe and learn. He cared about the island in general, whether specifically La Madre. I can't really recall at this point, but I know he was interested.
I'm grinning like a shithead.
Sound like he was a true warrior.
He had the spirit. Unfortunately, he was fighting just
He
somebody.
got the spirit, but not the
had
skill
no
or the
mercy.
talent.
Had a great purpose and had the lives of his entire family on the line, and he did not hesitate at all, even with 30 people rooting for this Jim. Cut him down, cut him down, cut him down again, with all complete respect every time. And in the tradition, once he could no longer get up, and once life had left his body, the winner of the match brings the loser back up this set of ramps up here and carries him down with everybody carrying torches down to the beach where everybody says some words. It's final resting place. Jim is buried in a place of honor by a tree behind the compound. There's a little statue of La Madre there too, along with his machete.
The part of the story that I like the most is that the man could have escaped with his life, but he chose the honorable route.
Yeah, he had the chance.
It is the way of Guamo.
Sí.
Be willing to sacrifice anything and everything for the island. Jim understood this.
Well, may God rest his soul.
We're gonna head up the scaffolding here.
Please lead the way, Senor Herbie.
Yeah, then we're gonna go down to the cave. Now, myself, I'm not extremely familiar with the significance of this cave. So I'll let Julius and I think Delilah handle this one.
The hermit LJ lived in here.
Hello.
Is that Morgan?
You know who that was, amigo?
I couldn't quite tell.
Just hanging.
I
Spending
saw him
Thanksgiving.
approach. He approached, and I think he didn't want to interrupt, maybe, but maybe.
Oh, perhaps.
You know, some some believe that not only the desperation of wanting to save his family, but Clive, who is, if you meet him, he's the most unassuming, like almost you would think he's a weak person. But
Sí.
the fact that there were people cheering for Jim empowered him. Out of some
donkey.
contrarian. Did this guy ride his donkey up here?
Perhaps.
It's hitched to the ground.
Sí, sí.
Well, I can't
Well,
lie.
let us unhitch it.
Been
This
interesting.
thing should not be hitched.
Yeah, hold on.
That's the thing about Vermont compared to, say, many other gods that seem to expect or
There is a run
Why?
free.
This way.
well, seem to expect or require or belief, fealty, that sort of thing. La Madre simply is. Lockjaw Jim did not have to worship her to receive her blessing, her gratefulness.
I'm still a bit confused on how all of this works, but I'm growing more curious by the second. Anything that empower a man to get back up like that is interesting, to say the least.
Yes, many people find faithfulness, devotion to Guarma, participation in her cultures.
Headache.
We will wait here for a moment while he recovers from his
It's too
headache.
much for him, Julius.
See, you blew his mind, Julius.
I overwhelmed him too much, too fast. Okay, understood.
Information.
If anybody else,
Fantastic fanboy.
if anybody else would like to share a story of the supernatural which they have witnessed themselves, please, I'm still interested in continuing that discussion.
Well, I will say that since Julius has been nice enough to share and teach me a few things about La Madre, that the fer-de-lance snakes no longer coil themselves at me and go into a tech stance. In fact, I think every time I've seen one, they end up going in the direction that I'm trying to go, as if guiding me through the island.
Months
Even
back,
the
we
other day.
performed a. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Even the other day, there, up with the banana trees, there was one particular fer-de-lance that was territorial towards one of the trees. Rather than it attacking me, it let me get close. It did coil, but it never struck at me. Eventually, it ended up moving away and allowing me to pick the fruit that I was trying to pick.
Why
That
do you
is,
think, Senora, that it is the fleur de lis snake specifically which you have seen this change from? There are many animals that inhabit this island. Why was it that one?
I feel like there could be a few different reasons. I have my own personal connection with things like poisons and venom. But I think, from what I recall, Julius is the one who told me that the fer-de-lance is important in symbolism to La Madre, if I remember correctly.
Yes. All the creatures of the island have their place, their value, their part. Specifically that day, months ago, we
The seagull's
performed
flapping
a
right in
ritual
my ear, dude.
together, a sacred hunt. To make an offering to the Madre and the many gods, and the creature we hunted was a fer-de-lance that day.
I understand it now. It is much clearer. That is an amazing tale, Senora. I wish you luck on your journey.
Thank you, Samos.
It seems that we have picked up another personage here in our little entourage. Senor, what is your name?
Oh, name's Chaucer.
Say that one more time for me.
I said the name is Chaucer.
Chaucer.
Yeah, that's right.
Senor Chaucer, do you know what this group of people is here today?
I do, yeah.
Aye, so you are aware this is a pilgrimage. We are headed to the different shrines on the island. You are welcome to join us, senor.
Oh, I appreciate that.
Bueno. Everybody, welcome Senor Chaucer to the group. Senor Chaucer, have you ever seen anything supernatural with your own two eyes? And can you lead us to the next place, Kirby?
Yeah, this is a bit treacherous. We're going down a very steep slope here, so lean backwards.
Senor Chaucer, do you have a story? And make sure to tell so we can all hear.
Supernatural story.
Something supernatural which you have seen with your eyes. And make sure to yell so we can all hear. It can be a ghost that you have seen or a spirit. Perhaps a creature of the forest you have come across. Or maybe an omen that you had seen before great fortune or great misfortune.
Well,
Cuidado aquí, everybody.
I have omens I can speak of if you like.
I would love to hear, Senor Shepherd.
In recent history, there are 3 that I have witnessed. One while descending from La Capilla, the beaches below. A flash of mirage of water rising and washing away the island.
Ay!
Also,
Did
I
anybody
just saw
see?
something
Oh my God! Did anybody see Delilah die? Was that Delilah? Was that
Come
Delilah?
on, guys.
Wait. What happened? We lost somebody?
Ay, ay, ay.
Sebas, no.
We just,
Sebas.
Ocean's playing
Sebas.
tricks on us.
Nothing. No, never mind. It must have been a trick of the eyes. A mirage, in fact. Ay,
Don't speak of it. It's a new
I would like
woman.
to apologize for speaking a mirage into being. If everyone remains calm, I'm sure all will be well.
See,
Yeah, this
see.
is Shepard's fault, clearly. You
Shepard can-
tempted the gods. Mhm.
Continue with your story, Shepard.
the
Perhaps
heat.
finishing
It's
it
just the heat.
will correct the situation.
I saw an image of the ocean rising to swallow the island whole. Just for a moment. I'm uncertain to which it is tied, but it occurred in the day that I saw 2 other things. While speaking to, I suppose, a member of my flock. Not too far from here, in fact. A flock of birds disoriented from the fog crashed into the cliffside. They watched all of them fall to their deaths below except for one that flew away to safety. The third and final, I have spoken to a few people here in our company. Upon returning to La Capilla after seeing these 2 things, a wild pack of boars tore through the middle of the church. I wasn't certain what they were fleeing from until it became evident they were fleeing from one of their own, a particularly large, dangerous-looking beast. I do not know what drove it to such violence, whether it was madness or some matter of territory. But in charging into the middle of the encampment, it blundered directly into one of the larger tents, becoming ensnared in the canvas. And as the canvas wrapped around the creature and it struggled more, it found itself entrapped deeper and deeper. In its violence and its throes, it destroyed several pieces of furniture, first a chair, then a table. And all at once I heard a blood-curdling scream like the scream of a man. When I went to check upon it, I found it lying dead. In its confusion, it had speared itself on a shattered table leg.
Ay,
It takes a great deal to kill a boar, as I'm sure we know,
see.
especially with a weapon such as a spear. But in this moment, in its clarity or lack thereof, this spar of wood pierced its heart right through the middle.
Look at Herbie! Look at Herbie! Look at him on the right!
Do you think there's a moral to that story or any significant meaning behind it?
Oh, there could be. Would you like to venture a guess?
Got no ideas, really. Maybe stay calm under pressure or something. I'm not really sure. I couldn't say.
I see.
Rest in peace, the bruja!
Maybe if he wasn't so worked up, he wouldn't have spared himself.
Entirely possible.
Ah, my God.
Maybe it was
The way she landed on the
for its
rock
act of
was so
violence against mankind.
perfect.
Maybe madness was its true enemy. A warrior must always find new enemies, lest his spear turn inwards.
Well, anybody else here take anything from that story?
I wasn't listening to the story. I was too busy looking at the fucking thing.
Supposing not.
I'm sorry, amigo. I'm just really concerned on where Kirby and La Bruja is.
I'm sure it's fine.
I'm sure everything is fine.
See, I'm sure.
It might be best if we continue.
See, perhaps.
Did these omens rattle you a little, Sebas?
See, they did.
I would love to hear your insight. Perhaps when you've had a moment to collect yourself.
Oh, I left this. I left
I
this.
hope
This
those
is
are not the bones
Jimothy.
of Herbie in.
This is Jimothy.
A sign, bewaring others of evil spirits living here. If any of you have brought trinkets, please hold on to them a little closer. Shall we enter?
Perhaps so.
Ay. The water of the subterranean grotto. This is the water under the island itself. It connects to all the wells on the island.
Looking around here at the walls, what you think the chances of finding any onyx down here would be?
You are not to mine down here, senor. This is a spiritual place.
Oh, do forgive
I
me.
would not risk it. Even spirituality aside, one rock dislodged could have this whole place come crashing down. The water that passes through it makes it less stable than the mines below the compound.
See? And if the spirits or the terrain do not do you in, amigo, I will personally throw you off the cliff.
I prefer to not be. I prefer to not be thrown off a cliff.
LJ used to live in here, man. Fuck.
That's to say, boss.
It seems like there is no statue to La Madre here. However,
There is not.
this is still a place where a lot of energy is charged, senor.
Would you like me to tell a story, or shall we wait for Herbie and Delilah to return?
Please tell the story while we wait.
Hey.
A long time ago, I held my very first ritual of its kind that I had personally performed in this cave. A good friend of mine was dying. Sickness of the body, nothing could be done. No modern medicine nor Gorman cure. It simply was. There is a ritual, a death rite. And I invited him here so he could perform it. You see, there is a goddess, one of Lamandre's many children known as Kima, a huntress. The story goes that when people first came to Guarma, and the first humans began making this place their home, and they found themselves either at odds with others, at odds with the jungle itself. Death, as it always does, began to come. Their spirits had nowhere to go. They started congregating on the island, stuck here, trapped. This huntress, Kima, could not bear to see their eternal torment and agreed to sacrifice herself to be the first of the Madre's children to willingly give up her own mortal life so that these spirits could find peace.
Ay.
And so she created the bridge between worlds, the opportunity for them to pass on, to face the trials of the next life. In this ritual, we honor Kima's sacrifice. We ask for her aid in preparing those who are dying for the trials ahead they must face. So I brought my friend here, and he underwent, well, many things. He saw visions of his own life, visions of his own failings, his own struggles, as we all have. The things that would hold him back after his time on this earth was done. It was not an easy process, but I could see as he left this cave, he walked a little lighter. But I'd like to think it made his passing a little easier when the time did come.
Senor, I thank your friend for their sacrifice. To willingly give up their life is not an easy feat.
Our lives, our time on this plane of existence, our blood, one of the most valuable things we have, and thus, one of those meaningful when we give them freely.
Is there anyone else who would like to share something about this place? If not, we may depart.
Hola, bruja.
Once upon a time, there was a boy, born thin as a reed, and
Oh
twice as tall.
no.
So light, the wind carry him off before he ever learned his own name. It wasn't the world he feared. Not the hunger, nor the men who came with ropes and red hands. No, what rattled him the most was the thing curling behind his ribs. The other him.
Oh.
The one growing stronger every single day. The one with teeth. And so he hid. Folded himself small. Made a den from his own silence. A quiet so deep it grew roots down his throat and laced his bones tight. Years passed that way. Yet no one counted. Least of all him. There are no calendars in the dark belly of yourself. But even the best at hiding go soft at the edges. When the world finally dragged him from his corner, sharp boots, words, teeth, he thought it was the end of things for him. The tearing open, the part where the inside spilled out and the monster got loose. And maybe it would have been, if not for La Madre. She wasn't his mother by blood, nor by name. The earth doesn't care for titles like that, but she found him in the in-between, where the wilds wrinkle and everything else goes missing. Scooped him up like a dropped stone and pressed him to her breast, where the heartbeats are oldest. You are not a danger, she said. Or maybe it was just the wind through the cave. You are only afraid. And he believed her. For the first time, he stretched out inside himself, opened the door he'd been keeping locked tight, let the other him breathe, blink, sit beside him instead of behind him. They were the same boy, after all. Just halves of a whole thing finally touching palms. La Madre wrapped her branches around them both, whispered lullabies in the language of moss and rot and renewal. But the boy wandered too far one night. Crossed the water, they say. Thought maybe the world had softened in his absence of it. But it hadn't. They found him somewhere far from Guarma, small and still. Both halves quiet at last. But La Madre, she never let his soul go. And you can hear him now. When the wind knots itself in the branches, or the water drops from these cave walls. The rustle that's not quite a leaf, not quite breath. She keeps him tucked deep in the roots, bone to bark, blood to bloom. And should you ever feel yourself slipping, that slow dissolve, thinning at the edges, the ache of your own name unthreading from your tongue when you're half shadow and half want, when the last thing you remember is needing to be held by something older than God. You come here. Outside. Close your eyes. And if you're worthy, La Madre might return to you what you've lost.
Nah, she just fucking... Ay, ay, ay. Ay, 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 dude. Ay, ay, ay. She just came and fucking started spitting fire, man. What the fuck? She ulted, brother. She ulted on me. Oh.
Jesus Christ.
Ay, amigo.
That, I mean...
That story shook me to my fucking core, amigo.
It's a hell of... Yeah, well... Listen, I was about to talk about, you know, if you shoot all the lights out, you hear splashing in the pool. I'm like, well, fuck that. Who cares? My God. All right, let's be wary going back up. But, you know, use your hands if you have to.
Ay, ay, ay. She actually dropped a fucking nuke, brother. I don't know how to, like, recover from that. Fuck.
It's okay, I got you.
Jump a little bit if you need to.
Yeah, it's a little slippery.
You should be able to make it up, though.
There you go.
Fuck!
I want to get the fuck away from that cave.
Fuck!
Alright, we got it. Okay.
Watch your step.
Alright, can I slip down here?
I mean, we'll figure it out. I'll tell you later. Well, I couldn't do it justice, no.
Please, senora. Himatales, come, Jonas. We are visiting the shrines on the island to pay our respects. We were discussing experiences that we've had with the supernatural and the divine. I know you are a woman of science, but perhaps you have a story of something you are unable to explain.
There's a lot of science that we can't explain yet.
Please, share one of these tales with us, senora. And Senor Herbie, before you start, where is the next place we are going?
It's gonna be into the jungle. It's gonna be a bit of a walk, but it's the quickest way to get there.
We will follow you, amigo.
Is everybody with us?
What happened to Yay?
She's right up here.
I'm up here.
Oh, okay. There you are.
I was trying to get the donkey to go back home.
You'll be fine.
I just don't want him so close to the edge of the cliff.
Yes. Hopefully he'll find his way.
Sam! Relax. Name's Sam.
I don't know any supernatural stories, I'm afraid.
Bro, she fucking ulted, man. I'm actually blown away. I'm amazed and pissed off that she ulted, dude. She took my breath away. And I'm freaking pissed.
Clear air, we got. Make sure we got it.
She stun locked me. That monologue was so good.
La bruja.
That's why they call her La Bruja.
You got that lantern?
Yeah.
You might want, if you don't mind pulling that out, just so that, there we go. Okay, if it's too bright, I just
No.
forget.
I wasn't. No. Do it. I wasn't ready for it.
Okay.
My guys had to adjust.
The storm's approved. We just head down there. This is the bone camp, the archaeologist camp. We'll head down here.
Oh, yes, that's quite fascinating, that. I can't explain what's going on there.
There are
Senora.
many... go ahead.
No, you continue. I was going
just
to change
so
the
people
subject.
know, you might see around here as we walk around, there are many very interesting giant bones. In the forest, antlers, large legs, or strange things you really don't look familiar. No, not that I'm an expert. There's a giant fish skeleton around us. That's what I think these people here digging and studying. They have done this sometime.
Well, yes, I'm pretty sure I saw one on the mainland. And as well, hundreds, so the metacarps. And it was at the Rhodes market. But it wasn't for sale, it was just on somebody's wagon there.
Really?
He was selling all kinds of little trinkets and quills. Yes, I wonder if they stole it from here. But it wasn't for sale. Just for display.
Well, have you in your time on the island seen anything weird, unexplained, omens, or anything like that? Do you believe in that sort of thing? Not without paying for it.
It's like a theme.
Hi.
Holy, what is this?
Yes.
That bone must belong to a very large dog.
Or a very big man.
What would a man have in need of a bone, senor?
I can give you.
All right, we ready to continue?
See, we are ready, senor. Please
All right.
continue to lead the
Off
way.
into the darkness we go.
Nothing I love more than wandering into the dark jungle.
Yeah, we're going. I wouldn't say we're wandering. We're moving with purpose.
See, senor, there are stories of evil creatures and evil beings that roam the jungle at night.
Give me a break.
It is true, senor.
There are a few things to keep an eye out for. Right.
Yes.
There are, obviously, animals we have seen. There's the Feuerland snake. There's the wild boars that really enjoy coming after you. They're very territorial. There is, of course, the gibbon that does sometimes find itself by the medical facility, which isn't too far from us.
Yes.
See,
And then sometimes, and this is something I haven't seen for a little bit, but it was told to me and I saw for myself, you might see people in robes, dark robes, carrying torches or lanterns like yourself.
hi, amigo.
walking through the jungle.
I saw one of those people today, this morning.
You did?
See, I called out to them. They turned to look at me. I had announced myself. I was a bit lost. I asked if they would be able to guide me back towards the beach. They stood there, locked in trance, locked eyes with me
I'm gonna die.
for About 5 minutes, senor. I did not know what to do, so I slowly started to back away. After I backed away far enough that I could no longer see this spirit, or whatever this was, I turned around and found myself on the beach, senor.
Oh.
That happened literally this morning.
Yeah, how odd.
Very strange. So in the past, what I was told, if you see a group of them together, those are usually, you know, I think times have changed. There may be people who do this, but they were followers of La Madre traveling to a shrine or doing some pilgrimage similar to this. However, as we find ourselves trekking through the night with a lantern. However, if they were by themselves, it's a little strange.
You know of anybody that refers to themselves as the Sightless King?
Oh, you saw the note?
Yes.
Yeah, we were discussing that. We can ask Julius about that. That was, he's
Where,
received more information.
if I may ask, senora, where did you see this name?
On a note pinned to the, just the crates outside the box of snakes that I leave outside the medical office.
Another note.
Another one.
That's another one.
What does that sound?
Senor Julius,
One at the bar, too.
Really?
another note has been found for the Sightless King, found by the doctor here.
Yes,
Very good. Where did you find it?
just outside the medical office near the box that I leave for people to put their snake samples in.
Excellent. I shall return there later.
Yes, I've got the note on me if you want to see it.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Right, do bear with me. Right, I might need you to carry something for me while I get it out of the medical document folder.
Sure.
They also left this.
They left
So
the
take a
snakeskin.
look at that. Yes, this absolutely perfect snakeskin.
Aye.
And this note. My research has gone. I left some research in a box inside the office. And it's gone.
Oh, they took it.
Luckily, I can... You know, it's all in my head anyway. It's... I've read it and know it inside out, so I can rewrite it, but... I'm not
Just
sure if
offering
they
for
took it.
research. Jungle Guardians. Delighted to
Yes.
hear more from you. Huh. Very interesting. Thank you.
Keep it if you want. So more have been found.
Yes, we found the first home of the Sightless King. He also left a gift for Delilah. It seems that he and whoever these jungle guardians are have been finally decided to come out to play.
A gift for me.
Right.
Have you been back to Omens recently?
No. I've only just got here today. Oh, sorry.
What was it?
A note and a hammer.
A hammer.
Was there blood on the hammer?
No.
What
It
did the
was
note say?
used to build. It's that this Sightless King would like to talk, and that this hammer was a gift. It was used in construction here on the island. It was quite beautiful.
All right. Thank you.
All right, let's move. We're moving in that direction.
All right. Mr. Herbie, it seems like no matter where you go on the island, there's no shortage of beautiful views.
Yeah, well, let me tell you something. See that house up to the right? Up there on the hill, you see the roof, the windows?
Oh, I do now.
Yeah. First of all, that porch has beautiful views. Inside the house, also beautiful views. It's the home of a painter that is now deceased. But it's tons of paintings of naked women.
Oh, I've got to make my way there one day.
It's for some travelers.
Right. Research purposes and whatnot.
Yeah, of course. A lot of artists did. A lot of people have been up there, written some books, painted some paintings, some poetry, written songs. All kinds of things have been inspired to do.
Yeah.
That's another tale about that artist, though. It could have brought you in the other house, nearby the way down to that cave. It's like the Science Research Center, where Dr. Claudia stays. Dr. Natalie used to work out of there. But inside in the bedroom, there's this wonderful, spectacular bed. But on the wall is two of these paintings. And you will notice, if you go there, that the more interesting...
The Atlas Zone has frogs in a mine.
The woman portrayed in both paintings is covered up by a wooden board. Now, as the story goes, it was before my time here, but there's this incredible artist. You'll see his work all over the island. We sell paintings of his down in the shop down there by the port. You'll see it all over the place.
All right.
Even in the crossing. Now, he would paint a lot of things you see on the island. One thing that particularly inspired him was this woman. You'll see her in many of these paintings depicted in various states of undress and interesting poses. Nothing salacious, all artistic, nothing just completely, foul and lewd. But he found it particularly inspiring. Now, one day, this woman brought two of these paintings home to her husband, who did not find this to be particularly inspiring, at least not for anything good.
She had a husband.
Yes, and now there were rumors going on that the two of them were up to stuff, and the husband didn't want to believe it. But they live in their house. When she put the paintings up on the wall, he went into a rage, killed her, put the boards over those paintings, and he went out into the night, stalked around until he found the artist and killed him too.
Me too. I couldn't sleep.
And that ended our wonderful paintings here.
And then I paid
But
for
we
the
have the
next
ones
day
that
and
remain.
absolutely slept 16 hours.
That all happened here in Guam?
Yeah, before I was here,
Yes,
maybe
but
4
I
or
was
5
trying to
years
catch
ago.
on telegrams, and I was in Annesburg.
You know, I'm
and the mayor of
starting to notice a
Annesburg,
bit of a
that
theme
Peter,
about this island.
Yeah, but how
I
long you
must
been
have
in the
taken too
crossing? I
long
bet they
writing
got 10
telegrams.
times
He
more
came right
stories
in
like
and
that.
tried to chew on my ankles.
Oh, well, absolutely.
I hear a snake.
But I'm noticing that
No, I can't.
feel like it's a lot of darkness to this place here.
Well, you know what? I was gonna try to. There's a lot of light
You
too,
look
but
all around, and it's nowhere to be seen.
well, I'm not gonna fight you too much, considering where we're going next.
Well, that's just the thing, right? I feel like that's the balance. It's like the beauty of this place is offset by the darkness.
Who's
Yeah, there's a lot of
yes, who's this other chap? Yes,
give and
I
take,
believe I've met him.
equal trade, give what you get, whatever you want to think about it. I think
Oh, I know
you nailed
Chaucer.
it.
Is that Chaucer in the front chair? Is that Chaucer? Yes.
For anybody that is in need of a snack or is hungry, the trading post is just down the ladder right there. If you need to grab something. Otherwise, we're not too far off from Owens. I'm sure there's a drum.
I sure could go for some son of a bitch stew right now.
Well,
you ever had that, Mr. Irby?
No, what son of a bitch stew?
Oh, you gotta try it. Next time you're in Tumbleweed and you're at the saloon, ask for son of a bitch stew.
Oh, we haven't been down in a long time. I almost wound up running that bar as part of a criminal organization.
Wait, say
But
that
then
again?
the woman I was in love with told me she would be too worried about my health, and so I didn't do it. Like I was an idiot. I mean, it worked out I'm here, so
Yeah, I suppose so.
please don't do it. I don't want you to get hurt. There's no one even mad at us yet.
I think we left behind people.
Where's she right now? Not here.
Senor Herbie, I think we lost a bunch of people, by the way.
Well, if I can speed up.
Holy.
They're back there.
I think, Herbie, it may be best right now if we head to our final destination.
Well, this is on the way. I'll show you. But
Perfecto.
we'll stop. We won't be there very long. But I think we're gonna pick up the pace here.
See, I don't know what the fuck happened.
I mean, are they not
Stragglers.
part of this group?
No, they are.
Do you
Here they
see
come.
them?
Oh,
right
my
there.
God, they're right in front of us.
They're
Yes.
literally
We're
right
just
in
a
front
little
of me.
behind. It's
I've been looking at the fucking top of the
I
hill.
was too. Wait, listen, we're gonna pick up the pace here. All right. We got a long walk ahead of us, the north part of the island. We got one stop, and then we'll head up there.
Herbie,
Yes, Doctor.
did you show them that table that we
This is
saw
where
the
we're
other
going,
night?
Doctor.
Oh.
I'm gonna give him a nice
A
warning.
table, senor.
Yeah, there is, like you said, there's different ways that different people worship. This one, I'm familiar with it, but I'm unfamiliar with what the practices or the rituals are. They can be quite distasteful to some. We brought Fen and one of those Lost Boys, Jaden, over the other day, and they found it quite repulsive. So I will
Yes.
give you a warning before we get there. Dr. Claudia found it quite fascinating.
It's not for the faint of stomach. I'll tell you
Here's
that.
another coyote, by the way. As you would see at the entrance.
I've never seen a live coyote here on the island, by the
No,
way. They're
I
always
don't know
dead.
where to find. There's also a couple dead alligators.
Ay, ay, ay.
While we're on the topic of animals, I heard tell that there's a anaconda on this island. Is there any truth to that?
Really? Oh my God! I mean,
I have heard that as well, senor. A grand snake measuring 50 feet long.
Wait, is that what an anaconda is?
They say it's the size
See?
of 2 wagons.
Oh, I didn't know
Not
that. Yes,
bigger.
I've heard about a giant snake. I thought that was something else.
Have you ever seen one, Doctor?
I thought it was a lady.
No, I don't know much about them.
Anaconda.
I'm a hematologist.
My anaconda don't.
At the moment, my studies are limited to the fer de lance.
Hematologist. That's
Yes.
that's blood. Right?
Yes, that's right. Yes.
Let me ask you a question. man.
Well, Pastor Sebas, level up to Bishop Sebas. We're saving up all our XP so we can level up at once and get promoted to sainthood.
Studies of blood.
What?
San
I've
Sebas.
heard of people accused of being vampires.
You know, down in
Some
Saint
people.
Denis, they say that there was a vampire before. My daddy used to tell me the stories.
Yes.
Is that what that
some
writing is about?
writings, Yes.
I've seen people writing stuff about it.
No
By the
idea.
dogs and-
My daddy, before we moved to Tumbleweed, he was he worked at cane fields right outside of the city, Saint Denis.
Should be just
He
up
used
this
to
hill.
tell us scary stories about vampires and whatnot.
Have you ever seen a vampire, senor?
I've never
No,
seen one.
not well. I suppose if I did, I wouldn't know, unless I knew. And if I knew, I suppose I wouldn't be here right now.
Doesn't make sense because the stomach would just destroy the blood if they're drinking it.
There's a.
I have
Some
seen
don't believe in
vampires
vampires.
before, senor.
No.
I can
Well-
tell you the tale if you're interested.
Yes.
Wait, you said you've seen a vampire before?
See, multiple, in fact.
Anybody interested in weird curiosities? There's a very unfortunate dead man in that tent.
No way.
Yeah. You could look next to the board. You could knock the board over if you like, but I wouldn't.
Father Sabas, could you give me some space here? I would look to see.
See.
Oh. That's very different in the daylight.
Yeah, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, it's pretty. That's the warm up, everybody.
That is a very dead man.
Grisly
I will
ending.
say right now, up this hill, there is an altar, a place of ceremony and ritual. It is very gruesome. There are parts of dead people, many dead people. Skulls.
Aye.
Skulls that are still not just skulls, and have some of the people still left on them.
What up, Droogie?
Things I don't
Oh,
understand.
let me
but
resume
never
alerts.
Never been explained to me. And it would be really nice if it was right here where I thought it was, but it's close.
Oh, yes, this is... Oh, no, I'm getting mixed up.
Hi, Senor Elijah. The story of the vampires. I was traveling in search of yams. As such, I thought it would be prudent for me to go up to the mine. This is the Juan and Gaptup.
Oh, yes, I go collect
see.
rhubarb around there, yes.
I see.
Hold on,
I
I'm
dismounted from
a
my
little taken
horse.
aback. Wait here for the
The
other- wait
heat
here
was
for the
very
others.
grand, senor. And there, at the mouth of the cave, I could see them just in the distance. 3 mujeres. I called out to them. Mujeres, I want to ask you a question. Perhaps I can buy some yams from you. Excuse me. But as I got closer, they flew away. They were bats the whole time, senor. Vampires.
So they were actual bats, not.
See, they flew away. They were bats, senor. They were vampires.
Okay.
Oh, dear.
Very peculiar
I don't
tale.
know where the
there.
fuck this place went.
Perhaps it was cleared out, senor.
I mean, a couple of days would be shocking. I'm sure I'm just on the wrong hill. Got an idea of where the fuck this is? It's gotta be around here somewhere. It's on a hill.
I was walking down the road and I saw
There's a fucking
2
crash.
ladies at the end of the road. And I said, ladies, what are you doing at the road? It's dangerous there. And then they
Look
flew
out,
off, thumbs with some
bugs.
birds.
Amigo,
was a
thank you for
monstrous
killing that
mosquito.
fly, amigo. I
snatched
saw
it
that
right out of
shit.
the air, man.
Holy fuck, amigo. That would have drained my blood.
Can't even see that tree with the log by it that had the chair and the candle.
Yeah. It's a different spot. It's a different hill.
There are graves over here, amigo. Is this a spire?
No, this is a different one. There's like a bell and a ship. Somehow a ship wound up over here. Look at the barrels over there.
Carried by a hurricane, senor. It must have been.
Probably.
Most likely.
It was right near that tent, though, wasn't it, Claudia?
Yes, it wasn't too far from,
Oh,
from there.
well, we'll see that another time. You're right. We gotta get up to the north part of the island.
Yes, I need to grab a stew on the way there.
Oh, okay. Well, then we should go. We should go to the bar.
Hey, we'll go to the bar and go to the shrine after. I do not know if we'll be able to find this place.
While you guys, the bar is over this way. The bar will help me find it, actually.
All right, good. Senora, you never told us your story.
Right, yes. I was trying to think of things that science hasn't explained, and there's so much. But maybe with my studies, looking at the venom, and I've been reading into the ways that different snakes how their venom can kill you in different ways. And I'm quite fascinated to know why they're all so different. Some will, their venom contains neurotoxins which affect the nervous system,
Aye.
paralyze a person or its prey. They work by blocking communication between the brain and the muscles or the lungs.
What about
And there's-
other types of snakes, senora?
Well, yes, some have venom that is what we call cytotoxic. It damages the skin and the structures and have ruined the fabric of the tissue.
Aha! I found it. Sorry, please continue.
It's all very interesting work you do.
Why
Yes.
do you think, senora, that the snakes have different types of venoms that affect you differently? Would it not make sense that all snakes, the poisons, would do the same thing?
Well, yes, this is what's unexplained, really, isn't it? Why some venoms work differently from others. The fer de lance its venom primarily works on the coagulation in the blood,
It's
so it clots your blood.
It's a way we want to approach this as a group. You can see up
Yes.
ahead there is an altar. Though I will tell you, those are skulls. Those are severed heads. They seem to be replaced every few days or every week or so. I still don't know who does it. It's been 2.5 years.
Gosh.
Should we be on alert out here?
But it is ceremonial. We're fine. I've been here. I just don't know who does it. I've had no explanation from it. These people might have been here for some time. The smell could be a bit much, but please, I wouldn't touch anything if I were you.
Ay, ay, ay.
As you can see, this is done in front of this watchful eye of La Madre here.
Holy.
Yes.
Some of these things are the small head that don't explain. Clearly, there are pieces of paper. Perhaps there's something written on them. We should not find out. That's stuffed in their mouths.
No.
Whether this is
That's,
punishment,
initially
whether it's a
thought they were
ceremony, I
cigars.
don't know.
Do we know who these people are? The victims?
I have no idea.
I just really want to know how they shrunk that last one.
Ay, ay, ay.
All right, we're gonna head back down here. Some people need to grab a stew.
Is that a shrunken little head? I love that.
Yeah, I'm a little eager to get out of here.
Apparently, I'm a completion.
I wonder if anyone ever played a character who washed up on the shores of Guarma after their ship sunk. The person that played JoJo, Shmoo, had a character that did that. They were stranded on Guarma for like months before ever going to the mainland. I forget the character's name. Fuck, I'm not locked in right now.
Father Sebas.
Si, senor.
If I'm not overstepping here, I gotta ask, did we do something to offend that bunch back there, or they just...
No, I believe they're just having their own conversation over there, senor. It is acceptable. We're traveling in a group. However, we do not need to all be all together.
No,
it is
no,
acceptable to split apart and have chats on the side with others. The pilgrimage about the Orne.
All right, we'll get. I'll help get everybody some stew if you like, and I'll start pouring some bowls. But we won't spend too much time. We got one more very important place to go.
Before you enter, senor, I think it is very well for you to read the sign posted ahead. Come on in, mi gentes. The Omen Bar A very special place to a lot of people here on the island. If you remember earlier on, we discussed beautiful places on the island. I believe 2 people in this group said that this waterfall right here to my left is one of the most beautiful places. Please, if you have never seen it, observe. Even if you have seen it before, observe again. Maybe you will see something you didn't in the past.
I would have to agree. This is rather beautiful.
It's gorgeous.
Mi haters, I would like to do a toast. The pilgrimage is coming to an end. There's one more place we intend to go. High up on the mountain, is that correct, Senator Kirby?
It's a walk north. It's just
Oh yeah,
north
the
on
walk
island.
north, excuse me.
It's not too far. Not too far.
I am very grateful all of you were able to come with me today. Come on this journey together. I hope that you are able to come to some sort of understanding, gain some experience, or at least have a little story you can tell your friends later on. If I may do a toast, mi gentes, a toast towards the island, a toast towards La Madre, a toast towards all these spirits that are gathered here. And do not forget to save a few drops for Guarma. Salud.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Some of these
I also
fucking things
appreciate,
don't drink.
as I'm sure everyone from here does. Everyone's willingness to learn, even if you find it's not for you or doesn't align with what you like. It's good to understand what everyone else believes around here.
Yeah, community building and whatnot.
There's always more to learn.
Always. I feel like I could stand here for the rest of my life and just take this all in.
Those of you, I'm sure you all know, but that couch I spoke of is directly across from
Not get what you wish for.
This island does have a way of pulling people in.
Oh, yes, I sat there till we.
Always the one.
Isn't it great? Especially at this point when the sun goes down.
Yes.
I tell you.
Do you know, senors, why after the end of our drink we spill a few drops onto the ground and splash them over the edge into the water pool?
You never know. Oh yeah, but that's maybe one more drink.
Senor Elijah, do you know why that is?
No,
Oh!
I'm curious.
Pumpkin! Thank you for showing up.
It is to give back to the island. It is very important, senor, that when we take from the island, when we take from the nature here, that we do not take all for ourselves and give nothing in return. I know you intend, senor, to mine, to pull up emeralds, yams, perhaps even the onyx, if you are lucky enough, from the earth. And as they are in the earth, they're not doing anyone any good. Nothing can be made with that. However, it's very important, senor, that you remember to give a little bit back. if you do find something.
Dude, you
course,
ulted on me,
I don't
Pumpkin.
intend to.
You actually ulted on me when you said the Lost Boys story. You ulted. I was actually stunned. I didn't say anything
Right,
for
if
like
everybody's ready, we
20
can,
IRL
begin
minutes because you stunned me.
Final push north
You stun locked me.
as the sun sets over the mountain.
Getting chucked off the mountain was crazy. I couldn't stop laughing. I felt so bad. I had a big stupid grin on my face when Shepard was relaying his story.
Hey, good to see you back.
Evening, Mr. Coltrane.
Ay.
I thought for a second, do I permit here? No, Pumpkin, never permitted something like that. We need you. We need you.
It's hard to adjust, as you might imagine.
Just gets yeeted from the
couldn't
cliff,
imagine so. I
absolutely
couldn't imagine so.
chucked.
We do have
how
someone staying
far
on the
you
island
flew blew my
now,
mind too.
Lucas,
You
who has one himself. I'm sure he could give
grew
you
wings.
Tips or things or whatever advice, or maybe you could just commune with him on it if you have any questions.
All right. If I bump into him, I'll be sure to ask.
Oh, he has a missing leg. He has the missing
we
leg
are
prop.
Doing the final leg of a pilgrimage. We are moving a bit quickly, so I don't know. If,
No, Pumpkin, stop! We need you.
If you feel up to it, it's gonna be a long walk up north, but we'll be back down afterwards.
That's quite all right. I wouldn't want to slow you down, and I'd like
The final
such a tour
leg.
from the beginning, anyways.
Wonderful. Fan, you gonna join us?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
For you earlier if I
All
couldn't
right.
find you.
Hi, Senora Fan. I'm glad you were able to join us right now, even if we are only in the last part of our trip here. Before we depart,
I'm glad you found
whenever somebody new is added to the group, it is a nice thing to do to introduce yourself to everyone here who may not know you.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Fen.
Good job.
Anyone here I don't know?
Nice to meet you, Finn. Elijah Ferguson.
Oh, nice to meet you, Elijah.
Well, before we depart, there's one question that must be asked before the pilgrimage sets off. What is your opinion on apples?
Are you asking me specifically or everyone?
No, I'm asking you specifically. I know everyone else's opinion.
Oh, that kind of depends on the apple, doesn't it?
Ay, apple slander, amigo.
Or apple
Apple
snobbery.
slander,
The only way
or
apples good,
Snobbery.
If you slice them up and sprinkle a little bit of cinnamon
Pumpkin, thank you so
delicious.
much. Have a
Otherwise,
great night.
throw 'em in the trash.
Throw him in the trash.
throw them in the
Throw
trash
them
is
in the
crazy, amigo.
trash.
Can I just say what's crazy, Herbie? Amigo, looking the guy in the eye and saying, "Oh, you see, we're on the final leg of our journey," was fucking crazy, amigo.
Mr. Herbie, can I ask you a question?
Hey, I said it like 8 times.
You said it a bunch, amigo. You kept saying it.
Hey, he's got 2 now.
Mr. Herbie, the man back there with the cane, long black hair,
Yeah.
his name wouldn't happen to be Gavin Summers, would it?
No. If it was, he'd be missing both legs, his arms, and his fucking head.
Aye. Is that what happened to Gavin Summers? He was ripped apart by horses.
No, he was. He faded into oblivion.
Aye.
No, I
Thought
think
the
I
island
heard he
might have
was
brought him
shot
back.
down by the law. I heard he was shot down by the law.
Aye.
He stabbed me in the neck many years ago, but
Holy
He was
shit.
shot down by the law. He died surrounded by his enemies, choking on his own blood.
That is the tale they tell.
Huzzah!
yeah, he stabbed me in the neck, and that's how the guy. Here's the fun story, right? The reason I know the guy who invited me here, that scoundrel and dear friend of mine, Wesley Shields, is because after this guy stabbed me in the neck, a little while later, an absolute barbarian of a man, along with Wesley Shields, beat the shit out of him or something. They hurt him, and they dragged him behind a horse from I believe it was Emerald Ranch to my bar in Blackwater and left him outside my bar for me. And that might be the last time I got arrested.
Ay, amigo.
Yeah, I was at.
Why did he stab you?
This is what I remember. That this guy Wesley said to me, he goes, "Are you Hoiby?" I said, "Yeah." He goes, "Oh, Renee is coming. He's got a present for you." And I go, "What?" And then all of a sudden, I look down the street there in Blackwater, and this guy comes around the corner on a horse, and there's someone being dragged behind him.
Ay, ay, ay.
That is
yeah. And I was
Renee was crazy, brother. Renee was Peppo's OG character, who was just a menace, dude. Renee was like a menace.
And then the sheriff came in and really ruined everything.
Renee, like, Edgar's a schemer, but Renee was like truly just an antisocial fucking pariah.
Yeah, I tell it completely objectively too.
He quoted Willy Wonka. And he killed somebody at a funeral.
Jade fucking King.
Oh wait, okay. I know it's not pilgrimage, but did you ask him about robbing the bank by himself?
I would love.
You gotta
I would
ask him about
absolutely love to hear that story firsthand from the Jade King himself.
Well, it wasn't just one. I robbed all three.
Hi!
My goodness.
Valentine, then Blackwater, and then about a year later, Rhodes. But Valentine was the first. You see, I had this idea. At the time, I was unknown to the law. I mean, they knew somebody was robbing the banks, but they didn't know who I was. I was in the crossing under an alias. And the Jade King was the persona I created for when I was committing illegal acts. Well, as a free agent, right, gun for hire of sorts, part of the thing is, building up a little bit of a reputation. So, I've been watching the law, I've been watching their response times, and I figure if I can get in and out quick enough, I can do it without them even realizing I was there. So sure enough, I waited, spent days watching Valentine, scoping the place out, watching the patterns of the law, watching when they would patrol, when they would filter in and out. And one day, my opportunity was there. So I put on my mask, I lockpicked the door, blew that vault wide open, and I robbed the bank. First time, I was a little more nervous about it. I only cleared one safe. I went up on that hill behind Valentine, behind the church, and I waited and I watched. And sure enough, soon enough, the law came into town. Horses all over the place, scattering about, trying to find who was robbing that bank. And all I left behind was a little note saying, "I'm the Jade King. I robbed this bank, and I will be robbing more in the future."
Damn.
That is amazing. Mr. King, is it true that you single-handedly shot down 13 lawmen and you escaped?
That is not true. No.
Oh, okay. That's just something they say back in Tumbleweed. I heard you shot down.
Do you
13.
think? I mean, you robbed? How many safes did you get the last time you did it by yourself?
Oh, the last time I got all of them.
By yourself?
Indeed.
Do you think you're the fastest person to be able to break into a vault like that?
Quick fingers.
Once upon a time, I believed I was. And there was a man who I thought might be able to
18 seconds,
take that
baby.
title from me.
18
I actually
seconds,
had an idea
baby.
once that maybe we would rob a bank together, but it
No.
As a competitive.
exactly. See who could
I don't
break into
even
the
wanna-
safes faster.
I don't even want to think about how fast
Nah, he
that
would've cooked
robbery
me.
would have gone if you had partners, Mr. King.
Well, unfortunately, the day after this fella and I seemed like maybe there was a chance we could become friends. Well, me and mine all ended up in prison or dead, so that never came to pass.
Who was this
Brutal.
person that was your competition, so to speak?
Well, As the story goes, this fella Clayton was very fast.
Ay, ay, ay. 18 seconds, baby.
Clayton. You wouldn't be talking about Clayton that ran with that Kettleman gang.
Oh, jeez.
That's the one. That's the one.
Oh yeah, they said he was the best bank robbers the Crossing had ever seen.
135.
Ay, chay, amigo. Oh, fuck. Is it getting dusty? What the fuck just happened?
No,
it's just the
funny.
island.
Oh, it's just the island. The thick fog,
Or
amigo.
getting swallowed up like Senor Dulce.
Amigo, I literally saw Lucha get fucking swallowed up, amigo. I genuinely mean
When
that.
someone said they left a hammer at a bar, I was getting worried he emerged again.
See, amigo, the silent scheme is him.
I was like, oh god. Once they said there's no blood on it.
No,
You know, if somebody's
his
the back
camera
of
was
somebody's skull.
crimson red, amigo, from all the blood.
Sebastian, in some ways I'm jealous that you got to witness that only because there are many stories of the jungle swallowing people whole like that, roots coming out of the earth, grasping them, tying them down, and it's never something I've witnessed myself. Just heard the stories.
I have heard another story as well of such aspect, except in the story that I heard, the swallowing of the person was a kindness rather than a punishment.
Oh, I bet.
In order to give life, they absorbed the body into the earth, bound it with a mother tree.
Oh, it is interesting. In many religions, right, the body is considered sacred, right? As a vessel, there's all sorts of burial traditions, that sort of thing, whether it's cremation or put someone in a casket, putting them into the earth. But some in Guama follow different practices. One such as that story, right? Giving back to the earth, giving your very body with nutrients for new life.
Indeed.
Some who follow the Madre choose after their death to have their body left up high in the mountains on display for the animals to feast upon, the birds to come pluck out their eyes and their entrails and their flesh.
Timothy would have loved that.
Until they themselves are a part of the island forever.
In the end, he did become a big ball of meat that the animals could enjoy when they fed him to the alligators. That's literally what he wanted.
It's just
Some
it
find
makes
it
sense, is
barbaric,
it?
but yeah, I think it's beautiful. You know,
It's like an energy transfer of your bodily matter into the animals that has eaten you.
Bodily matter into the animals is
Then
crazy.
fertilizes the ground.
Is that what happens when you turn the mush?
See.
Clayton got buried where he wanted to get buried. Unfortunately,
We're not too far away.
for some reason they also buried
Tree house around
Dina in
here,
the
fam?
what was her name? I forgot her name. Nia's character.
To see the tree
Oh my
house.
god, I forgot her name. I'm so cooked.
Also a very spiritual place where Flo lives.
Yes, yes. So I was there.
There's some
It was
ruins,
Dina?
Where Alicia keeps some supplies at the target range, and then of course
doesn't feel
also
right.
The shrine which we're going to. The first one I was brought to when I was here, the major shrine. I would dare say.
She also got buried with him, which was not the plan.
wanna go to the Hunter's
She was
Shrine
supposed to be
first, or do you
buried
wanna
on the
go
other
straight to
side of the
the-
fucking
The Hunter's
city.
Shrine.
It's the one closer to the coast with the skulls.
Oh, well, we could go there for you. Is it? You lead the way. I don't know where the
Yeah,
fuck that is.
it's quite close.
It's not the pit, right?
No. Not far from the pit, though.
Is it just like a dead fucking cow over here?
Oh yeah, the pit.
When you say pit, are you talking fighter pit? or
Dina.
like the
No,
Yeah.
there's a plank
Now
with
I can
spikes in the
shove
bottom.
off
Yeah.
pit.
Damn it, Dana. Don't make me come back
Yeah,
up
it's like an
there.
open pit, but it is a pit.
I still owe you. Shooting me in the fucking kidney. I only got one of those, fella.
What is that sound?
Those are the wild boars.
Creatures in the forest, senor.
Sounds of Guarma.
If you're
That's what
lucky,
it
it's
is.
the wild boars.
All right.
We'll have to,
Get
if you're gonna
used to
spend
it.
time here, we'll have to get you used to the recognize the sound of the gibbon.
See, senor, perhaps I will tell you a story while we walk through this dark forest. What about the kukui? Have you heard of this one?
I've
No.
never heard that one.
See, the kukui, senor, is a beastly man. His fingers are long and needle-like. His teeth, needles as well. It is said he roams in the dark, lurching in the shadows, looking for people who are alone or children who are naughty. It is said that he has skin which is pure night, black as the darkest onyx. His eyes glowing red with an infernal glow, like rubies from the devil. You may only see sometimes, senor, the eyes that glow in the darkness without seeing the rest of the creature. Have you heard of such a creature, Senor Julius, the kukui?
Sounds like a vampire.
There is a translation in English, I believe. They call him the bougie man in English.
Bougie man.
The bougie man, see?
Yes, there are many
Like the
names for
bourgeoisie.
mysterious creatures such as this.
Aye, what is?
Goodness.
This is the Hunter's Shrine.
Tell me-
Collection of
Go ahead.
people. You can see even gibbon skulls there on that pile.
That little skull over there, that's a gibbon skull.
The
That's
story goes
crazy.
on the far eastern side of the isle, there was a giant crocodile. It took many people down with it, tore through their flesh like paper. Took a week-long hunt to finally find and slay the beast, stop its bloody trail. And they kept the skull, displayed it there, and then eventually they brought it on this side. Make this beautiful shrine. One of my favorite places on the island.
How old do you think this shrine is?
Well, the shrine itself is actually relatively new. Maybe 8, 9 months old, something like that. But the bones on it are far older. They were collected, stored. And as you see, there are bones all around the island, but they were gathered here for this display, this offering to La Madre, to her many children.
The other shrines. What about them?
Well, that is less certain. Many of these shrines predate anyone who is currently living on Gorma. just as many of the buildings are far older than any current settlement. Forma has had many who have lived here, many who have perished, many mysteries.
Who's this?
Does he look familiar, Herbie?
Looks like some white guy.
Looks like some white guy. Elijah Zodi Pumpkinberry. Zodi rocks. Zodi was Marcel. He's like a guy that's been around for a while. Yeah, it's Zodi!
To answer your question, if I had to guess, based merely on the architecture, the state of the wood, that sort of thing, the shrine we're about to go to, the northern shrine's been there for at least a decade. The temple, far older, though it was not always a temple of the Madre.
Is Shepard still
underground
here?
Shrine near the compound.
I want him to give the final
It's 20, 30 years at least.
prayer. No, I think they kind of wandered off.
Yeah, the religion itself, La Madre. Yeah, was that brought to the island, or was it taught to the people who inhabited the island?
Dina.
Was born here. La Madre herself created this island. Brought all her children here. It's been passed down, word of mouth mostly. Also many texts, old tomes, stories, collections, that sort of thing. And as more people experience her teachings, open their eyes to her, they add to it in their own way. That's why I say there's no right or wrong way to worship the Madre, ultimately. Everyone has their own relationship with her, with this island itself. And it is our responsibility to teach each other, to share with each other.
I see. These scrolls, ancient texts and whatnot, you think it's any more on the island that haven't been discovered, maybe?
Almost certainly. I'm currently in the process of translating a book I found that is so old its pages are practically falling apart.
Ah.
And I only found that a year and a half into living here, something like that. So I'm sure there are many more mysteries.
Well, if you ever need help finding them, and you're willing to pay for the help, a modest fee, of course, I'd be more than willing to help.
I'm sure we can arrange something. I have many resources I have been saving to help this place in many different ways, and well, some assistance in tracking down old texts would be delightful.
Yeah. If nothing else, it'd be a good way to help me learn the island, so why not? And I'd love to hear more of your stories there, Mr. J. King.
You spend enough time here, you'll start learning your own. Outside of what knowledge that Julius has. It just takes a little bit of time.
Yeah, I just plan to soak it all up, right? As much as I can learn from anybody I can learn it from.
Oh, absolutely.
Well, we're very glad to have you here, Elijah.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I'm starting to take a liking to this island more so than I thought I would.
That's always how it starts.
Yeah, and then you end up a little fucking skeleton on one of these shrines here, I guess.
To the next shrine, senors.
Fortunately,
Go
Guama
ahead.
has not seen the kind of conflict that results in this in some time.
Oh, the shepherd's here. Beautiful.
I mean, you can do whatever you want.
We're gonna convert Elijah. We need him in our group. We need him on our little contingent here on the island, worshiping La Madre. He's ours 100%. I think like having like a healthy number of followers is like really good. I really want that.
So much to see here.
Yeah. I feel like it's still so much more for me to see, even though I feel like we've seen a lot.
You're about to see a whole bunch before we hit this shrine. It's not too far.
There's
You
still
guys
a lot
need a
you
Dennis
haven't seen.
Hooper, an Apocalypse Now type guy. Who is Dennis Hooper
You know,
in Apocalypse
ironically,
Now?
I came for the mine, and now I want to see more of the jungle. Funny how that worked.
Yeah, we need Elijah in the mining crew too. The photojournalist who worshipped Kurtz. Oh,
That reminds
yes.
me, while we walk, perhaps I shall tell you the story of the curse of the onyx.
Ay, please, amigo.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
I love
yeah,
to
this
hear
is a
that.
story I'm actually invested in quite
Yeah,
professionally.
so when I came to the island, I heard many stories of the onyx, but at that time, no one had seen any in a very, very long time, years. Sure enough miners down in that cave digging away, and onyx was discovered once again. This onyx, you see, it is more than just a stone, it is more than just material. It is part of the island itself, in fact, in many ways considered the Madre's heart, imbued into these pieces of gemstone. There's many powerful properties. It can be a talisman, a boon in the right hands, in the right circumstances, but taken from the island, now given back, carries a heavy, heavy curse. It starts off small, innocuous even. The bearer of the stone feeling insecurities, doubts creeping into their mind, fears. It's like the presence is following you, watching in the dark. You never feel truly alone. And from there it grows. You start feeling sick, weak. The people around you start acting strange or befalling ill fates, accidents, a slip. You cut your finger with the knife you were using. Try to feed yourself. Eventually.
When's the... Oh, sorry.
You're all right. Eventually, final result is often death or madness or both. People who have taken this stone have lost friends, lost family, lost themselves. And only upon returning it here has it been righted.
If you don't mind me asking, though, when's the last time one of these cases happened? Somebody take an onyx and things just don't go right for them.
The most extreme of recent examples was a woman by the name of Cat Carver. She came to the island, found onyx, brought it back to the crossing. Not only did she feel the effects, but her friends started getting harmed, getting killed one by one. After all this suffering, she couldn't bear it anymore. She knew she had to bring the onyx back. And so she reached out to Herbie and the militia, told him that she was going to be delivering it, told him when. The thing is, when she arrived on the island, she was empty-handed because, along the way, she was intercepted.
Oh my god, I forgot about that. Yeah.
Hi, this is the one.
Shit.
I've been here exactly once and then was never able to find it again.
Elijah.
Of course, everybody know who the Wallaby Kid is.
Wallaby and his friends took it upon themselves to rob Miss Cat Carver, steal the onyx from her. Where it was placed, where it was held, no one knows, but weeks later, Wallaby was killed.
Oh, that's quite the tale. Quite the tale.
At just the time we've arrived. Northern Temple, the Northern Shrine. At the first place I was taught anything about La Madre by the woman I've mentioned many times, Miss Jasmine. This is where she told me, to leave something for her, something for meaning. You give something up, even if it's to tell a secret you've never told anybody else. And luckily, as a person who's done a lot of stuff I don't want anybody to know about, I haven't run out of them yet. And that's a lot of times what I bring up here to leave. I check every time, because a couple of them, I swear I saw her blush a little bit, but I could just be me telling the story.
See, this is the final destination on the journey. This is quite a very important shrine. Quite important indeed. It holds much significance, similar to the one underneath the compound in the mines. It has a statue of similar description, similar aspects. It is also one of the oldest shrines on the island as well. I wanted this one to be the last place we went to for that reason. In fact, if I may, Shepard, would you like to give the final prayer? Shepard?
Yes?
Would you like to give the final prayer at the final destination on the pilgrimage?
If you would like.
Please.
I assume that's no coincidence either.
By offerings of salt and stone. We stand here today in La Madre's shadow, a shadow cast over all things upon this isle. We give thanks to watchful eyes. We give thanks to moments of silence, hushed whisper, and fervent prayer. We give thanks to peace, hard-fought. And we give thanks to violence, well-earned. We thank her for her protection and for when she spurs us, like baby birds from the nest, to fall or to fly. In this, we are all children called home.
Is he done? I don't want to interrupt him. Is he done? I don't... Oh, stuff here.
This note has been here for some time. There's another fly!
Hey, Harvey.
Blood for la madre, sorry.
This is the final destination. Your final chance to give an offering to La Madre. For anyone who has not yet done so, I would recommend doing such a thing. It may bring great tidings for you in the future. If you need something to give, I have brought many small rocks of gold with me. You may take one and place it upon the altar. Although something that you yourself possess will have much greater effect, even if it is less valuable.
You got something good. I told her to fucking doozy, hey. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Would anybody else like to leave something?
Yes, I will be leaving something.
See, take a rock. Oh, okay. No, leave something.
I have something here.
See, it is better if you leave something of your own.
Yeah.
Okay. You don't have to. You know, if it's not something you don't want to hear. That was, the storms on this island never cease to amaze me. Roll on.
There is one more piece of knowledge I would like to impart while we are here.
Please,
It
senor.
makes this shrine in particular very special. You all see the statues that line the walls of this temple. They are representative of the fact that it is not merely the Mandre who holds dominion over this realm. There are many other gods present here. I mentioned Kima earlier, the huntress, but there are so many more La Pantera, Django, Rocadamar, the Great Turtle, Macaro, El Serpiente, and more I'm sure even I am not aware of. There are teachings to be found, not just in Lamondre's wisdom, but in the animals, the earth, the trees, their branches, even the swells of the waves, the crashes of thunder and storms. Many ways to worship, many sources of power. All a part of Guama.
This is cool as fuck. Ah, he's so cool, man. It is important to remember, just because La Madre is the principal Orisha of the island, does not mean that we shall forget the others. Everyone here should show them an equal amount of respect and courtesy if you were to ever deal with them. Thank you everyone for attending this pilgrimage. It means a lot to me. It means a lot, I'm sure, to La Madre and the island as well. It is now we are able to depart and head our separate ways. I will return to Aguas Dulces. We may all continue to walk in a group, but this has officially concluded. Thank you again, everyone.
Thank you.
Appreciate you putting this together. It was very informative.
Thank you, Senor Herbesillo. Thank you, Senor Julius, for showing me where all these places are. I have visited these places, but I would not be able to find them if I had to wander around the jungle.
Well, this
Thank
is
you
a
for your efforts today, Sebas.
Yeah, it wouldn't be
And
bad.
thank you,
if this happened
Senor
once a
Shepard,
month
for
or
giving the
something,
last
you know?
prayer.
Yeah.
Of course.
Good thing to do maybe once a month or something. But
I wanna-
up to you guys.
I want to keep talking about the Onyx, by the way. You know the story of the 4 pirates? Herbie, tell him.
The 4 pirates?
The 4 pirates, amigo, the ones that found the first black onyx on the island.
Look, okay. There's some people that tell it differently than me. However, there were these 4 pirates.
Sí,
3
sí.
of them were Spaniards. The other one, there's some debate as to what he was.
Sí.
What do you think he was?
I think he was French, senor.
Oh, that's a fancier version. I like that. Now, oddly enough, they were all, well, they did get along. They were also, you know, in a respectful way that dastardly bastards might have for each other. You know, they recognize each other, but all competitive, all, you know, pirate bastards in their own rights.
Sí.
And you realize, like, the amount of the French one had to be an extra bastard. I mean, the amount of respect he had from the Spaniard pirates, which were highly regarded as the best, just culturally.
So these 4 pirates, they find themselves on the island. This island here of Guarma. This was a long time before the island was occupied, mi gentes.
Mm-hmm.
They thought this was a great place in which they could store their treasure. So they climbed it up the mountain and hid it inside of the cave. The very cave people mine in today. It was there, however, under the torchlight in which they saw it, mi gentes. The black onyx. For the first time, they had no pickaxes, so they hammered away at it with the butts of their rifles. They managed to break a piece, and the piece that they break again into 4 separate pieces. Each of the pirates getting a piece.
Now, keep in mind, you know, this place was essentially untouched. So this was a huge piece of a huge onyx. So these
Sí.
pieces weren't anything to. These could have kept them
can
going for a
imagine.
long time. They could have retired on it.
Yeah, I believe I heard this tale once before. They say the onyx was as big as a giant's fist.
See, amigo, then you have heard after the 4 pirates left the island with the shards, the 4 equal shards of the onyx. Surely you have heard how they died. Tell us, my friend, how did the first pirate die?
Oh, I've never heard this tale outside of how big the onyx was.
Oh, okay. Well,
Aye,
the
okay.
first one.
Tell
the
them,
first
senor.
One, the first one I remember. They said he managed to make it all the way home, or back to France. This is the French guy I know.
Sí.
He had this onyx. It was his prized possession, but he became just fiendishly suspicious of everybody around that they wanted to take it from him. He even put it on a big chain around his neck, even though, maybe metaphorically as well, but quite literally, it was so heavy from the gold and the size of this shard of the onyx that it began to pull his head down. And as time went on, his head got lower and lower, and he became more like crumpled in on himself almost, one might say. And just lower and lower and lower. And all the time, he's just pushing people away, firing people, having them killed. He had this whole fortune based on all the treasure he got, just becoming more miserable and tiny and shriveled. Just killing people he thought would, he got no one around him anymore till there was nothing left of this, but just he was like a fucking the letter C, just coiled in on himself, just crumpled up. This was only 5 years later, by the way. Some say he died smelling his own ass. He coiled up so much on himself.
That is.
Sí, amigo.
Completely unable to shrug like a true Frenchman.
That is a hell of a way to go.
Allow me to tell you the fate of the second pirate. The second pirate, when he had first left the island with the shard, he was skinny as a twig. For these pirates, senor, he could never afford a decent meal before. But after getting the shard, his luck changed. He took his wealth, his portion of the treasures, and he spent them on the most luxurious of meals. He would eat chocolate eclairs, delicious cannolis, large meat pies. And this man, he continued to eat and eat and eat until one day, in the middle of the 5-star restaurant which he was in, he rubbed his large swollen belly. He was so full, you see. And he said, "Oh, I couldn't eat one more bit." So the waiter, they said, "I will get you the check, senor." He presents him the check, and on top of the check, a solitary mint. And the man goes, "Oh, I am so stuffed, but it is only a single mint."
How could you turn it down?
He places it upon his tongue, and it was delicious. And when he swallowed the mint, his large belly exploded.
Oh my God.
And the guts and the organs flew all over the restaurant, senor, covering all of the patrons. The mayor who was there, the governor who was there, the counts and the dukes and the debonaires in the organs. And these organs, they were covered in grease and chocolate syrup. And that is how the man died. Shepard, surely you have heard the story of the 4 pirates. Tell him what happened to the 3rd pirate. How did the 3rd pirate die?
How did the 3rd pirate die?
You see.
It's also horrific.
It's terrible.
I do wonder, perhaps. All sins are a mean of self-destruction.
See.
One can be driven mad by gluttony alone. Perhaps it is an illness caught in the blood, spoken into being by breath on the neck. Something that drives one to know that a hunger is so deep that nothing will sate it. A man dying of thirst and surrounded by water. A thirst so deep, he drinks the ocean to quell it. Drinks so deep until his stomach bursts.
Ay, ay, ay.
What the? That's terrible. Just so desperate drinking seawater.
Ay. Senor Elijah, surely you have heard how the fourth and final pirate died.
Yeah, this must
For
ring a
he is
bell.
the most famous death out of the poor. If you have heard this story, surely you have heard this section. Please, tell the doctor here so she is aware.
Maybe the doctor here has.
Doctor, perhaps you know, Doctor. This is the most famous one. Surely you have heard it before.
Not sure I have, but I believe there are probably several different versions, like there are of many stories people do. And they kind of elaborate, don't they, and add their own little details to it.
See,
They
except
vary
the
from region to region.
except the one we said here today. That's the definitive. That's the definitive one. There is no other one.
It's really recognized by scholars.
Right.
See.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a legend that is completely accurate.
See,
Right.
nothing has been embellished today.
Okay. Well, the one I heard, he had a rather nasty interaction with a rogue tentacle.
Hi.
That's it.
Oh, that's the one. Oh, I'm so glad I heard the correct one. Yes.
I heard that one as well. Elaborate, Senora. Elaborate.
This tentacle, he was on the beach, sunning himself, eating grapes, staring at the crabs as they scuttle past,
See.
drinking rum. Got a little bit inebriated. Felt something slithering up his leg, his skinny, hairy little leg.
Go ahead.
It slithered up there, slithered up the leg. Exploring
Skinny,
his-
hairy little leg
his
made me
patella.
laugh.
His-
Hey.
Crept up his thigh,
what's
trying
the
to find
patella?
the.
What's the patella?
Oh, the kneecap.
Okay.
Oh, okay. I thought this was
yes.
becoming erotic pitching.
Oh God, no, far from it.
Non-picture.
Don't think of
Erotic,
tentacles
non-pitching.
in any way erotic. But
I read a story that would disagree with you, Senora. Told to me by a man from Japan. Continue on, however.
Yes, going up his kneecap.
So continue on, Senora.
yes. Well, it's slithered further up his thigh. His skinny, muscle wasting, hairy little thigh.
You got all the details. There.
Oh yes, I listened very intently. It was quite fascinating.
Never,
And,
never worked out his legs, amigo. He only worked out the upper body.
Yes, just
He
the
let
glamour
other people
muscles.
carrying all the treasure for him.
See.
And finally, it crept up across his chest towards his neck. Can you guess what his neck was like?
Skinny, hairy.
Yes.
Thin. Yeah, very
How
thin.
did you guess?
This creature, you're describing him like a little creature, Senora. A little hairy, skinny creature with long arms.
Yes, he was the runt of the pirate gang.
Hi!
He was a given.
He nearly slipped past, when the others died because he was so insignificant. But
Only 18 to 24 inches tall, I hear.
I did not get any particular measurements in the story I heard. But, yes, the tentacle crept up and wrapped itself around his skinny, hairy little neck. And choked him to death.
A little given getting choked to death by a
Leaving only
squid.
a skinny, hairy little dead husk of a man on the beach.
They
Mistaken
say,
for seaweed.
they say it took the onyx with it after the last breath was squeezed from his skinny little hairy body.
See.
Yes. Wrapped its little tentacle around the
said.
She's still telling us about the tentacle.
No, that's it.
No,
Just
please
the-
go on. No, you're not
just
done.
a
I want the full
tentacle and
story.
onyx. That's it. That's
Okay.
It is said for the other ones as well. A tentacle did appear after their deaths to reclaim the shard of the onyx.
Whoa.
Ay. So far away from the town.
We're very close. We'll go this way. It's closer.
Okay.
Yeah, like the field's right here, the port. This was it's good. It's good to refresh my memory, learn some things I didn't know. You know, I'm not even close to being an expert on this.
Hey, this was an
by any
enlightening
means, so.
experience, amigo.
I'd say it's good to see you so enthusiastic and interested in this and eager to learn, and everybody else that came along too. It's very, again, my heart is big.
Hey, I'm glad we were able to come together and do something of such spiritual significance, senor. Hopefully more things like this for the island.
Yeah, we gotta find you that toad too.
Oh, yes, I do. And I've been doing some reading on hemlock when I went over to the mainland, just like I was asked to. It was quite interesting. Couldn't find any effects on the blood particularly, but it's quite horrific on the nervous system.
Perhaps there's another plant which you've seen on your travels around the island, senora. It is known by the name Datura, also known as the devil trumpet. Have you seen this one?
No, I haven't. Do you know whereabouts that would be growing?
Unfortunately, I do not, senora. But if you are to find this plant, please pick some for me. I will pay you handsomely for that.
I tell you what, Claudia, Dr. Natalie's been here to study plants and herbs and shit like that. So she may have books in your room.
Good. I
So
could
if
learn
you
a
want to
lot
go
from
through,
her.
she has a lot of plant books and other things because she came in and was studying all kinds of stuff. We had a
Yes.
problem with this. Oddly enough, they're not apples, but I think they're called, their name is called like death apples.
Oh.
And they're very toxic to the skin and to most creatures who fucking die.
Oh dear.
Oh.
But we had to cut down one of these trees a couple of years ago.
Oh, yes, I'll have a good read. I'm not so knowledgeable on the
We've got a lot of
plants,
books to find out about plants that might be indigenous to this area.
Excellent. I look forward to reading those. I need to get a key, actually. I couldn't get into the apartment. Do you believe
Oh yeah,
that...
they changed the locks on
Yes. So I've left some...
Holy shit!
Jesus
Christ.
Christ.
My God, I thought that was a chupacabra, amigo.
No.
I thought that was a
Oh, isn't that the Tikirava chap?
Hello.
Bueno, mi
hello.
gentes.
How are you?
Good. We are, I don't know. What
You
are
don't
we?
know who you are?
We're
No, I know
exiles.
who I am. Well, I didn't say we're
Exiles from where?
The crossing.
Okay, but my name is Herbie. I'm the ambassador of Guarma. It's nice to meet you.
Did you say, wait?
Oh, I think I've met
Herbie
you
or-
before, Mr. Herbie.
Yeah, were you in Thieves Landing?
Yeah.
Yeah, I came there.
You mind if I light my lantern?
Go
Sí,
for
amigo,
it.
please.
Rat's ass.
Tell me, mi gentes, how did you find yourself exiled from the crossing?
Yeah.
Well, it's a long story of sorts.
You may have to
Please tell us.
far to find them.
You want to buy me a drink?
Perhaps if
Or I'll
you
buy
look
you
around
one.
here, you will see them.
Are you asking me out, amigo?
No, I'm not asking you out. I'm asking everyone here out. You want me to ask you out?
I'm just saying, you're being very direct, amigo.
He is. He's a direct man.
I don't even know your name.
Would that change anything?
I mean, see, a little bit.
Asked about the story. Do you want to hear the story? What I'm saying is, like, I want to sit down.
See,
you know?
I've
been running.
Start this story
the
with
whole
your name,
day.
Okay,
amigo.
look, we've had a very long day.
My
We
name
ran.
is
We
Zhao.
ran on foot.
Zhao.
Thieves
See,
Landing.
Let us sit over here, mi gentes.
And it's wonderful.
And look, he's a big guy as well.
You're one of those
You
lost
see that?
boys. You certainly dress like one.
I'm not a lost boy.
I'm actually disappointed you're not a lost boy. I need to talk to them.
I do like the Lost Boys, but
Father Sabas, Mr. Herbie, this has been a most enlightening day. I'm gonna go find a. Right. Likewise, it's oh, and you too, lovely doctor. I'm sorry, I forgot your name.
Claudia. It's lovely to meet you. Ellen.
Claudia. Okay. Yeah, likewise. I'm gonna go find a bush and just collapse in it. I'm exhausted. I've been up since the 7 o'clock this morning, working the mines and whatnot.
are you a priest?
Pastor, senor.
Pastor. Sorry.
Sí.
Sorry, senor.
One moment. Elijah.
Yeah, you could probably sleep in that blue building over there.
You're a pastor.
Thank you, Elijah, for coming with us today on the pilgrimage. Please, if you are here on the island still by tomorrow, stop by the castle, be our guest. We shall see you there.
Will do, Father Sabas. All right. Well, y'all enjoy the rest of the night. I'm go crash.
You're a priest.
Pastor, senor. Sí.
You might not like why we're here then.
Why is that?
You might not like this story. It's not very Christian.
Neither am I, senor. I believe in La Madre, the patroness of the island.
Oh, I see.
Please, you have piqued my interest.
Well,
it is not a Christian story. How so?
Truthfully, it's a long story. There's another shirtless man running behind us.
Yeah,
Been
it's
on the
warm
run
here,
for a while. 8 months now. I think that was when I got to the crossing. I worked the railroad for a long time. Ended up killing the foreman with the railroad spike I got on my hip. Hammered it into his throat. Got here and ended up fighting in this war of sorts against these ranchers. Out west. Got caught up in that for a long time. Only saw a few battles, really. Fought a lot of folk. Some people died. A woman died I cared about. Ended up dueling a deputy for her death, of sorts. I won, but long story short, they ended up catching me after about 8 months on the run. And today was the day they were taking me to the gallows to hang.
And I saved him.
How did you save him, amigo?
Got a man and said, if you don't give me Zhao back, I'm going to shoot this man in the head.
You had like 4. How many did you have?
Lots of men.
There's about 4. I told you it was a very Christian.
You had
They
4
ambushed in the
hostages.
Yeah.
Ay,
People just kept-
amigo.
People just kept riding into us.
People just.
riding into us. They just
We
kept
get
coming
to,
for us.
and then we took a boat. We ended up working our way to Thieves. We take a boat. 2 boats, convoy of sorts. We get on a shore near, what is it called? Was that called Braithwaite?
Yeah, Braithwaite.
Yeah, that's what it's called. And we walk from there. Our plan. Where was our plan to go originally? Van Horn, I think.
Yeah, we were going to head up to Van Horn, lay low for a little bit, and then get on a boat here.
We end up seeing 2 groups of deputies nearly ride right on us. We're hiding in bushes, covering our mouths, holding our fucking breaths. We get to... Well, we decided our best bet is to try and make a break for here, truth be told. We get to Annesburg and they've surrounded the docks. They're all holding fort there. Another group of outlaws came in and started a gunfight with them. In all that fucking chaos, another deputy was watching the fight. She nearly walked on top of us with her horse. We ended up grabbing her hostage. We ended up getting on the boat. And I won't lie to you. We held a gun to the ferryman's head. If there's some way you want us to repay him, or the people here want us to repay him, I don't know.
See, amigo, that is between you and him. I'm sure you will make it up to him, for he is the only way on and off of the island.
Yeah. We paid him still. It was just, we had to get him to move. There's deputies trying to swarm the boat. We had to fight him off a little bit. That's how we ended up here.
Zhao's path is one beset by blood. Violence is inescapable for the man.
Truth be told, I'm a soldier. I don't plan to stay here long. My fight's over there. My fight's wherever there's blood to be had. But I heard of something here that's piqued my interest too. So I came looking for that.
What is that, senor?
I heard there's a woman here. Or someone. Who perhaps you could buy a soul from.
Tell me, mi gentes. What do you need with a soul?
I haven't been afraid in a long time. Or sad. I haven't been happy either. Or loved anything, really. Cared for anything. That woman I said I avenged, I did it because it just felt like the right motions, not because I cared. I don't know if something's broken in me or what. I think I care. I feel pangs.
You care?
There's something missing. I don't think you understand. About what?
About me? About California?
Not in the way you think. I do things for you. I do a lot of things for the both of you, and I have, and will continue to, but there's just no emotion attached to it. Travis is the only person who knows about this condition, Finn.
Condition? Sounds like
I don't know what else to call it.
This is
like a deep ennui.
This is
think
Dollar
the
Store
French
Buck.
call it
He's
that,
fantastic. He played
ennui.
Preacher.
Ennui. What does that mean?
Just an apathy about everything. Not caring either way.
It's like you're not living in this world, Zhao.
Came to this crossing with a bullet in my leg. And I was dying. That was the last bit of fear I felt. Getting patched up there. Been chasing that feeling for a while, fighting for it. Fighting wherever I can, every fucking war. Yet to be shot or anything, really.
Senor, there is a bruja who holds dominion over the island. She has great mystical powers. However, if you intend on creating a deal with her, understand that these things come at great cost to yourself, or perhaps the ones around you. I may introduce you with La Bruja, senor, if that is your intention. However, I would not meet her alone.
What do you suggest?
Tomorrow at 7 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. Would you be available? I can take you to meet her.
Maybe. I can let you know.
Perhaps 8 o'clock then.
The trouble is if I'll be available tomorrow at all.
Well then,
It's been a long
what is the day after Saturday?
Sunday, I could.
Sunday you can.
Yes.
There is something grand happening on Sunday, senor.
Something grand?
Something grand. Something that I may not speak out loud, if that is okay with you. However, I know it is for a fact, for a certainty, that La Bruja will be around. If Sunday works for you, perhaps an initial meeting can be arranged between you two.
What was your name?
Pastor Sebas.
Pastor Sebas. My
Sí.
name is Zhao Zong.
Zhao Zong. And you, senor, I do not believe I got your name.
I'm Finn.
Finn. Senor, if you are able to meet me here at 7 o'clock around the fire on Sunday, I will introduce you with La Bruja. In the meantime, be aware of this island, for La Bruja is not the only one who wields magical power here. In fact, it is the whole island that is alive. For everything that you take from it, remember to give a little bit back.
So I've been told. We're not looking to take anything. I'm not.
Very well. As for me, senor, I am a Castilian. I represent the faction that lives in the castle, which you can see from the beach. If there is something that you need from me, senor, before Sunday, you may be able to find me at the castle.
Good to know. Unless there's any rules we should know about the island. I mean... anything of the sort.
For rules of the island, senor? No, I suppose there is not any rules. Except the power of will, senor. I hope yours is strong.
We'll find out. I know your people might be in a position of sorts with the law if they come here. I've heard about their practices.
I see, senor.
Their extradition.
Rest very much assured, senor. The extradition policies have not been on this island for quite a long time. You should not have to deal with the law coming here looking for you.
Well, if it does come to that, perhaps we can make a deal. We have a lot of sway on the mainland and a lot of wealth.
Hi, senor. If it is terms of wealth you intend to talk about, that is something that interests me as well. Sí, perhaps we can. Tell me, do you know Senor Edgar, the Castilian king?
No.
He is the man who is...
No, shit.
You do or you not? You did?
Briefly. It was going to
Was
give me
it
a job, actually.
He gave you a job, or you gave
I was
him a
gonna
job?
give him a job, but
All right, what was the job? I can ask.
We're gonna. I was told he was a crazy son of a bitch.
So he is the crazy
and
king.
He was gonna help me break into a sheriff's office. That was the idea. I was gonna offer it to him, but he was busy, so he gave me his telegram, and I forgot to write it down, so I didn't telegram him.
I will give you his telegram, and I will give you my telegram as well. For if I'm not on the island, send me a telegram.
Sure. I'm gonna be on this island, but I'll write yours down.
In case you have to go back, amigo, you never know.
Sure, what's your telegram?
My telegram is M2856. M is in mountain, Ju is in universal. I don't know.
Sure.
See?
All right. Perfect.
I will give you the telegram of the Castilian king as well. His
ready.
telegram is KG025, King of Guarma 025.
Perfect. We rest in these houses here.
Sí, amigo, this is the community center right here.
Oh, wonderful.
It used to be a storage place, but you can sleep here. There's also hotels for rent. That blue house up there, straight ahead. You can rent a little hotel there if you would prefer.
I think I got one in Thebes, but appreciate it. Thank you for your hospitality.
Sí, Senor Zhao, Senor Finn. Hopefully I will see you in the coming days. If there's business and wealth to be discussed, I'm sure the king will be very happy to speak with you in those matters. I will see you Sunday, mi gentes. Ay, man, I'm so hungry.
I've been streaming for 6 hours? I thought I've only been streaming for like 3 hours, man.
Senora Doctor, have you talked to Edgar at all since the last time we have spoken?
I saw him today, actually, on the mainland. He gave me some money
perfecto.
for the financing of the medical center.
Perfect. The last time we talked, he had received your telegram, and he was so happy to see it. He pulled it out of the telegram station, and he was literally showing everybody. He wanted to hang it up on the like food, the area where we get the food. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
See, he wanted to pin it up to the wall. I had to stop him.
Well, yes, he very kindly donated some money for us to get some furnishings in, and I spoke to Transit today as well, who said they'd be quite happy to help.
Aye, perfect.
Kind of bring some items over, but obviously we would need to cover the cost of whoever's helping actually bring the stuff over.
See,
But they'll certainly bring us up to from Saint Denis to Annesburg.
We will make a little. We will make a little. What is the word that I'm looking for? A little storage, little catch, up in Annesburg. I have a little hotel room there. I can store a couple of crates of furniture, and when me and Edgar and Lily return, we can move crates that on the way back we were going to do anyway.
Yes, that's a very good idea, actually. That's because there's no other storage facility. You'd have to go all the way to, if you had a wagon even in storage, you'd have to go all the way to Emerald.
See. Senora, you know what I've been seeing all day? I've been seeing the same 3 pigs roaming around the island. I see that. I've literally seen them everywhere from the morning.
Oh. Yes, I've probably been hurt more by wild boar here than anything else.
That is so bad. There was a lady. There was a lady that was sitting on the beach. This is a real story, by the way. She was a wild boar came up to the lady, and it was being very nice at first. The lady took some food off the plate and started to feed the boar, but then out of nowhere, the boar just decided to like fucking gore her leg.
Oh,
just
God.
right through the thigh. The tusk went really fast.
Oof.
She got a really deep gash in the leg. And it was like in an instant, then the boar just kind of fucked off.
Nasty.
But it was the board was so nice to her, like up until then, up until he decided to
Yes.
almost kill her. It could have hit the artery in the leg.
Oh dear, yes, that could have been horrific.
See, I saw that. It scared the shit out of me.
Mm. I'm going to try and do some experiments on some of the boar with the snake venom.
Hi. Take up the offer, senora, that we have given to you in the past, where we take Jane and just fill her up with snake venom. I want to see what happens.
I'm very interested in taking a sample of her blood to see if she's got some sort of natural immunity.
See, she
Like the
might.
inoculation. Have you heard of what they did with the smallpox?
Inoculation, no, tell me.
With smallpox, there's the practice of, you know, you get the blisters. Nasty pus-filled blisters.
See, all over your body. I saw a
Yes.
young man with the blisters. He looked really bad, like thin, fucking long blisters.
Mm. Yeah, you can kind of pop them and drain some of the fluid from them and let
Ugh.
it dry out. Reconstitute it and then inject
Mm.
a very, very tiny amount into a healthy person. Just under the skin.
Aye, aye.
And over time they'll build an immunity. So if they get an infection in the wild, you know, like a wild infection, rather than a controlled infection, then they have this immunity from the controlled infection. Your proteins in the blood. It will confer some immunity. Don't know how long it lasts. Hoping to do the same with the snake venom.
How does that work, senora? You take the one of the 4 humors from another person who has too much and you place it inside of another one.
No. It's moved on since then.
Bah. That is philosophy, senora. There is a large philosophical thought to the pure humors.
Yes. But,
Do you believe in alchemy, senora?
what's the practice of turning things into gold?
See, transmutation. It is not all gold. It is to take one thing and turn it into another.
Well, that's just transference of energy, not necessarily back into gold or anything like that, but
See, I mean, you can call it whatever you like. It is still transformed, senora. You are able to do the same with the body and the soul. Alchemy does not only consist of turning things into gold in the physical, but also the metaphysical, senora. Isaac Newton was an alchemist. And he was a great scientist as well. He knew this.
interesting. Well, I mean, I've been reading the works of Karl Landsteiner about the blood typing. It's very, very new research.
I heard about this from the medical people in what is the
mainland.
place? Strawberry. From Strawberry. See. They also told me that you should not be injecting strawberry extract into your blood.
No,
However,
absolutely not. No,
I have
no
been doing
evidence
that
for it.
I have been doing that for many years, and I have lived a long life. I will
It's probably
continue to
because You're
do.
injecting what is essentially nothing.
I will continue to do it, senora. You will not be able to stop me. They wanted to take a sample of my blood, senora, in order to tell what type of blood I had.
Yes.
If my blood is hot or cold or A or B. However,
Yes, to see
I
if
hope
you're
you
suitable
understand.
for transfusion.
See, however, I hope you understand, senora, that blood is a very, very important thing here on the island to believers of La Madre. And to part with your blood is not so desirable a thing to do. The blood here, if a person holds your blood, they hold dominion over you. That is why when deals are made here on the island, they're made in blood and signed in blood.
Well, I'm not trying to get dominion or anything over a person. It's simply using the blood for research.
See.
I hope they understand that, and it's for the good of the island.
There are many people that do not believe in such things. They see it more metaphorically. However...
I guess it's their body, isn't it? So I'm not going to force them.
See. Please inject Jane with snake venom. I want to see her completely swollen like a fucking balloon. I'm sorry, I'm picturing it. Don't tell her I said this. Don't tell her I begged you to do it.
She may not necessarily swell up. She might get a really nasty blood clot or something.
Ah, that is less funny. That is significantly less funny.
Perhaps I'll find a creature to do this on instead.
See, perhaps you find the fucking gibbon that is on the north side of the island. That piece of shit.
Yes.
Be careful if you go up there, senora. This creature is devious. More devious than any other creature I've ever seen before. Although it's merely only between 18 to 24 inches long. It has an arm span equal to that of mine. Look how long my arms are.
Yes, I imagine it'd have quite the reach, wouldn't it?
See? And this creature, he likes to swing down and slap you on the top of your fucking head. It pisses me off.
Yes. Gosh.
See, if you're able to capture it, feel free to let it get bitten all over by snakes.
Right. Do you know anyone's capable of wrangling a gibbon?
No one, senora. If there was anyone here on the island capable of wrangling this creature, I would have hired them long ago. I barely go to the north anymore because this little bastard follows me around.
Oh dear. Well, any way of luring him out? Any way of sort of, persuading him to be a bit more sedate, perhaps? You've tried sedating it?
Perhaps there is a call you can make in order to attract its attention.
Right.
No, but I am not sure you wish to do such a thing, senora. I don't know if I should tell you.
I'm not very good at calling animals.
I will tell you anyway.
Yes.
If you wish to draw its ire, if you wish to draw its attention, on the northern side of the island, you shall make this sound. And it will descend upon you.
Gosh. And what kind of sound is that? Please don't tell me that's a mating call. Don't want to be ravaged by a gibbon.
Ravished by a gibbon is crazy, senora. Ay. Do not put such thoughts in my mind, please.
Right, let me give you some laudanum. So if you do find this gibbon, you can drug it.
See, I will
sedate it and bring it to the office.
See, what a lot of people believe, senora, is that a gibbon is a monkey. Therefore, the gibbon loves the banana. This is not true. The gibbon is actually, in fact, a lesser ape. Similar to you or I. So it is not the banana that it desires. It is instead the humble fig. The same fruit that Jesus Cristo wanted from the tree.
Right.
See? This is actually laudanum.
But he was incredibly regular bowel habits, I guess.
I didn't know they actually made like laudanum in proper containers.
Yes, I make it, yes. That's why I needed all those poppies.
Oh, you can make laudanum from poppies?
Yes, I can, yes. Edgar, that's why I asked Edgar for the 60 poppies.
Did he ever give that to you?
Yes, he did. I got it today.
He actually gave you 60 poppies?
Yes.
Amiga, he really likes you.
Oh, it's good to hear. It's very encouraging because we do need to, medicate people.
That's the type of shit that I say, oh, see, but I'll never do it. But he actually did it. That means he really likes you. He really believes in what you have to do.
I'm very excited about the project.
See, I'm excited as well. I look forward to seeing it. Please, whenever it is open, make a grand announcement. We will have a grand celebration for the day. And we will let everybody walk inside. It'll be very packed. It'll be very uncomfortable, actually.
Yes, well, maybe just do a sort of 1 in, 1 out sort of thing, maybe.
See, we'll do small tour groups, 3 people.
Yes. Right. Well, I must get to bed, but if you do see that gibbon, give it 3 drops, inject it with 3 drops of laudanum, and bring it straight to the medical office, and I'll be sure to get the snake venom into it.
Good. If I am able to, Senora, I will. However, I fear that the creature might grab the syringe out of my hand and inject me instead.
Oh God, it'd be absolutely off your face.
My face becomes permanently paralyzed in a scowl.
No, it won't. It won't.
It'll look
It
like
won't
this.
do anything bad to your face. Oh.
Hold on, trying to find.
That. Oh dear.
Like that.
Gosh. Yes. Well, don't get bitten by a snake while you've got that face on.
Okay, Senora.
Anyway.
Senora, be easy.
Out of here.
I'm glad that you were able to accompany us today. I wish you a great night.
Yes. And you. Thank you very much. Good night.
Oh, I want to sit on the secondary throne. I really like sitting on that. We need to get the toad venom and the pufferfish. We tried getting the toad venom earlier, but we literally could not find a single toad. Damn. Hold on, something more. I got a bunch of new songs. I don't know all the sounds yet. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate all of you. Thank you so much for being around. Have a great night, everybody. Thank you so much. I hope Zhao finds me, man. I want to take him to the Bruja, and I would love to do the whatever ritual we're gonna do for him together. I think that'd be really cool. What's going on, Pumpkinberry? Thank you so much, Pumpkinberry. I still can't believe you ulted on me at the cave. You hit me with your ult. I was actually stunned for 20 minutes. I couldn't say a single thing. Thank you so much, everybody. Compadre, have a great night. Atlas Zone, have a great night. Lord Slick, Zambo, Pink Cranes, Bodhisattva, Slop Boy, Zardoz. Pumpkinberry saying I blacked out during it. I'm not gonna lie. There's been a few speeches that I'm just cooking, and I'm just like going off. I'm just like hitting the flow zone. I don't have no clue what I'm about to say. So I understand exactly what you mean. I'm gonna raid somebody. Stick around for 2 seconds. Did Peppo get off? Oh, Julius! No way, Julius is streaming. Give Julius some love. Give my 6 best Gibbons, too. Have a great night, everybody.
Yo soy un feo